Thank you. Good evening and welcome to the regular meeting of the Select Board for Tuesday, April 12th, 2022. Let's go into announcements and updates, and then we will move
Recording
it right
in
along
progress.
for public comment. Any news or updates from board members? Oh, John.
Thanks very much. So this is a continuation of something I began speaking about at the last meeting. I wanted everyone who heard my mention of the return home of the remains of Staff Sergeant Charles McMacken last week has the follow through here as to how Brookline played a very important part in doing honor to Sergeant McMacken. So this is basically news from our Director of Veteran Services, Bill McGroarty, who provided us with the information. And Bill was just outstanding in his commitment to making sure that this soldier from World War II received the honors that are due a fallen hero, and that closure was brought to his family. So Devin's going to call up a photograph from what occurred Saturday, starting with the visiting hours at O'Day Funeral Home. And then that is the scene on Washington Street. Of course, a very appropriate tribute paid in terms of the flying of the flag with the cooperation of the Brookline Fire Department. There were Brookline police who stood at attention and joined in paying honor as well. There were bagpipers. And there was the public, and the family was presented with the Medal of Liberty by the mayor of Revere. Charles McMacken was from Revere. Boston Police Bagpipe Band sounded the pipes and drums. And Father Gaspar from St. Mary's Church provided pastoral services and honors. Let's see Sergeant McMacken. We have a photograph of him. This story goes back to when Sergeant McMacken, early in his service in World War II, he was an airman, and he was shot down, and the remains remained missing for decades, literally decades. And then through the vigilance of the Department of Defense, the military, they tracked down the remains eventually to a cemetery in France in 2020, and then arranged for Sergeant McMacken's return home. And Bill McGroarty, our Director of Veteran Services, added this note at the end of his description of the event Saturday. Staff Sergeant McMacken was injured and did not have to go on the raid during which he was shot, and his plane was shot down. He knew the risk was high, but he understood the need was great. Because of men and women like Charles McMacken, who are willing to sacrifice all for the cause of freedom, our people did not suffer as the Ukrainian people are now. Welcome home and rest in peace, Staff Sergeant Charles McMacken. So just good for Brookline, good for Bill McGroarty, and good for our police and fire for helping Sergeant McMacken's family with the return of his remains to his, Brookline is not his home, but he is buried in Holyhood Cemetery. Second item that I just wanted to mention, sorry I'm going on a bit long, and that is that the big day is coming up. You won't hear me promoting in advance the Team Brookline participation in the Brookline Marathon after tonight, because the marathon is coming up this coming Monday. Really some of the finest people you could imagine raising money for charity, running a marathon, and Mel Kleckner was very kind to sort of turn over the honors of participating in their kickoff event this past Friday to me, and I had a wonderful time, and it was such a it was so sort of uplifting to be handing out certificates to these people who have been training, and are raising Let me see if I can remember the amount. It's approaching $250,000 for various nonprofits and charities in Brookline. So I hope everybody listening tonight enjoys the marathon. And if they see Team Brookline runners going by, I hope they'll give them an extra cheer because these are terrific people. And that's my announcements for tonight.
Great. Thank you so much, John. Bernard, and then Miriam, and then Raul.
All right. It is on. I assume I shouldn't start over. Okay. The fasting is during daylight hours, and prior to sunrise, they take food and liquids before fasting. The iftar was hosted by 35 Brookline residents who had children in almost every school in town. Their students also participated and presented a very informative and interesting video that they produced on life as a Muslim child in Brookline. Very informative, very interesting. The evening included a lecture on Islam, a panel discussion with audience participation, and after sundown, a call to prayer and breaking of the fast and the iftar meal in the garden of the church. As someone who's not religious, I thought this was a very important event that showed another aspect of Brookline's and America's diversity. And I'm glad that those 35 residents organized this very, very moving and valuable event. Secondly, my second sort of statement, the town has suffered from pedestrian accidents and a fatality recently. We're also beginning the process of implementing the Vision Zero policy to attempt to eliminate all pedestrian accidents. There's also much media focus, unfortunately, on a situation involving a former Brookline teacher who was arrested on charges that will require extensive ongoing investigation and other very sensitive work by Brookline detectives. These are two examples of why we cannot continue to understaff our police department by allowing the vacancies in the detectives and traffic divisions to continue. These vacancies present potential danger to the public and embarrassment to this select board in the town. Mel has assured me that he will fill these vacancies imminently. And of course, I'll take him at his word. So, thank you.
Great. Miriam, and then Raul.
I would just like to remind everybody that the Arpa Review Committee will be meeting Friday at 2 o'clock. It's an open meeting. Please join us.
And Raul.
Thanks so much. I just want to let everybody know that I'm out here in Portland, Oregon right now for a conference focused on generating more abundant, affordable housing in communities like ours. And so we also get an opportunity now to test out what it looks like when a board member is not in the room. I can tell you right now, if you don't hit that mic button, can't hear a word you're saying. So I'm glad that that we got that squared away with Bernard. So we'll learn during the night tonight about how this works and to improve it. And just sorry to miss some of the great events that have been happening, including that iftar that I was hoping to be there for. And also, I just want to give a shout out to the now unionized workers of the Starbucks in Coolidge Corner, who recently voted unanimously for unionization. And I think that deserves our congratulations as well. So looking forward to tonight's meeting. Let's get it going.
Great. Thank you, Raul. Any other updates or announcements? Raul, please do the the announcement before we move to public comment?
Sure thing. Favorite part of the night, select board public comment. Thank you for joining us for public comment. This is an opportunity for us to hear your perspective on the issues in Brookline that matter to you. We do have a few rules I'd like to share. Each person speaking tonight is limited to 3 minutes. You don't need to use the entire time, but you may if you like. Please refrain from personal attacks and from addressing personnel issues during your comments. Members of the public sometimes raise questions during public comment. We may be able to provide a quick answer to a question, but are more likely to work with staff to get a more thorough answer and respond over email. We'll let you know when you have 30 seconds remaining, and when your time is up, please conclude your remarks at that time. If you have more to say, you're welcome to send an email to board members expressing your thoughts in greater detail. Devin, who's first up?
The first person signed up for public comment is Nick Malia. You've been promoted to a panelist. You can unmute and share your video if you're comfortable. Your 3 minutes will begin.
Thanks, everyone. First, let me introduce myself. I'm Nick Malia. I'm the Director of Operations at Paris Creperie in Coolidge Corner, right on Harvard Street. I'm also a board member of the Chamber of Commerce, and I have been for many years. I'd like to comment on the opportunity to relocate Brookline Day this coming October to Coolidge Corner, as opposed to where it has been historically in Lars Anderson Park for as long as I've been working in Brookline, which is some 20 odd years. I'd just like to voice my support for doing this for many reasons. I personally speak as a representative of the business that I manage. And in the past 3 years, we have been very much clobbered by the COVID crisis. And through my connections at the Chamber of Commerce as a board member, I also understand that it's obviously not an isolated incident with me. Many businesses throughout the community have really been hit hard by this. And even though we seem to be on the opposite, on the improving side of things, we have a pretty substantial hole to dig out of. By having a huge community event in Coolidge Corner, it would be announcing a few things, in my opinion. It would be firstly announcing that this is a COVID recovery opportunity, first and foremost. A huge opportunity to have massive amount of foot traffic in the economic heart of Brookline, in my opinion, being the economic heart of Brookline, of course. Secondly, I believe that there's a visibility opportunity that we are afforded by doing this in a way that having the train running right through Coolidge Corner affords us the opportunity for people to have their heads turned in a way that they wouldn't normally have. Seeing as Lars Anderson is somewhat isolated in the parts of Brookline that it is, I think that there's people that may not necessarily stop in Coolidge Corner that will have their heads turned and will stop and see what's going on by having a whole gigantic block party. And thirdly, I think that there is a big opportunity to show what a local town is capable of doing when the local businesses and the local government truly partner. And for an event like this, it can be a real highlight of what we can accomplish together. And there may be some operational challenges to doing this. And I do believe that as a group together, we are capable of fixing any hurdles that we may come across in doing so. And that concludes my opinion. Thank you.
The next person signed up for public comment is David Gladstone. You can share your video and unmute when you're ready. Your 3 minutes will begin.
Thank you, Devin. Select board members, my name is David Gladstone, and I'm a long-term resident of Precinct 16, South Brookline. I'm also a constant visitor to Lars Anderson Park. The park is certainly a jewel in Brookline's open space crown. The acreage is valued by Brookline and non-Brookline residents alike. In the wintertime, the park sees visitors for sledding, snowshoeing, cross-country skiing, ice skating at the makeshift skating rink. In addition, even when cold, many people take winter strolls through the park. In warmer weather, the park is heavily used for organized sports in the field, kids frolicking at the playground, summer barbecues, visits to the auto museum, community gardeners meticulously weeding and growing flowers and vegetables, wedding portraits in and around the newly renovated fountain areas and bridges, and yes, lovely walks through the park at many times during the day and night. A few times I've even seen some people fishing in the fountain. As a resident, I love all these activities that occur at Lars Anderson Park. As the chamber president and a participant in Brookline Day activities, I see the value of our Recreation Commission putting on a very successful family-friendly event for Brookline residents. The genesis of the conversation about moving Brookline Day to the business district is about having our local businesses benefit from all the foot traffic the event generates. As we all know, all of our locally based businesses got hammered during COVID. I've done in excess of 160 loans to help these businesses stabilize during and after the worst COVID. As I've gone through many Brookline days in previous years, I've always been struck about all the outside town eateries that offer culinary fair delights at La's. One would think, why not combine fantastic family event in the business district, still have many of the family-friendly events in some of the surrounding parking lots, and have all of our local businesses participating and helping celebrate what makes Brookline a great community to live and grow up in. Some have argued that by taking Brookline Day away from South Brookline, that there would be a downside. Some have argued about a lack of transportation out of South Brookline and how it would be onerous to get to Coolidge Corner. From what I see, 90% of South Brookline residents drive automobiles. For the other 10%, I'm certain the town and Recreation Commission could come up with a shuttle from South Brookline to Coolidge Corner. Brookline Day should be a celebration of everything Brookline, including the celebration of our locally owned businesses in Brookline. By moving the day to Coolidge Corner, we can celebrate with all that we hold dear in Brookline. I strongly urge the town to seriously consider making the move to help our struggling businesses. Thank you.
The next person signed up for public comment is David Vitale Wolff. David, if you're in the attendee list on Zoom, if you could raise your hand, or if you're in person, please come to the presentation station. We'll skip ahead to Elisa Connor. Elisa, you've been promoted to a panelist. You can unmute and share your video if you're comfortable. Your 3 minutes will begin.
Hello, I'm so excited to be here. My name is Elisa Connor. I am a Spanish teacher at the high school. Sorry about the light in my face. I'm a parent of a Lawrence 8th grader, BHS class of 1990, and a Brookline resident taxpayer and voter. I am speaking about the contract challenges that teachers have faced, that educators have faced in Brookline, to urge the select board to collaborate with the school committee and with other parties in town to adequately fund a fair contract that supports the students in the education they deserve. First, I want to say as a teacher, I love my job. I love my students. I love my colleagues. I've taught here since 2001. I feel so, so lucky. And as a parent, I am deeply, deeply grateful for all the amazing Lawrence educators who've stepped up to support my own child in the face of some really pretty intense challenges. And there's some hard truths that I want to make sure that the select board here and our community hears. The current contract struggle is the tip of a years-long iceberg in which the negotiations process has become increasingly challenging, stagnant, just really difficult. But educators in Brookline want to partner with the school committee to create the conditions that allow teachers to meet the needs of our students. And we know we share values with the school committee. And it's become increasingly hard to feel that there is a partner who wants to listen to and experience the wisdom and experience of teachers. So there's a consequence to this years-long trend, along with some challenges at the district level, is that teachers, especially committed, veteran experience, amazing teachers, I really regret to say, many of us have come to feel devalued, disregarded, and disrespected, not by our colleagues, not by our students. We know the community supports us. And when we haven't had a contract for years that values the work we do, this is a consequence of that. It's not a recipe for, not having a contract is not a recipe for excellent education in Brookline. We know from all the research on social emotional learning and trauma-informed teaching that when the adults in the room with kids feel stressed and distressed and burnt out, we can't show up for our kids in a way that promotes racial equity, mental health, and successful learning.
You have 30 seconds.
So I urge us to fully fund a fair contract I pay taxes here too, and I just really want us to, we don't have to balance the budget on the backs of our children. We're asking for the community to invest in our children by investing in the educators who teach them. Thank you so much. Bye.
The next person signed up for public comment is Jessica Wender Shubo.
Good evening. I see a screen instead of you. In my capacity as union president for the educators, I hear from a lot of teachers, even from elected officials and civically engaged community members. Frankly, they are often more forthcoming in these conversations than they can be when they're operating in an official capacity. What I've learned is that the town is getting bogged down in fractional turf wars. The school department pit against the select board and the advisory committee, or semi-political machines of one candidate or another. We are here to ask you to show more leadership in addressing the needs of our schools. I can't see above this thing, Miriam. You can do much more to fund collective bargaining contracts that ensure that our schools remain a shining light. While our schools cycled through 6 superintendents in 7 years, the educators of Brookline have been the most stable part of the system. In return, they hear calls for staffing that is ever more lean and stretched, and claims there is no money available for reasonable cost of living increases. Labor costs are the biggest part of the school budget, we are told. Well, of course they are. Bricks and mortar do not nurture minds or grow social and emotional beings. Properly resourced teachers, paraprofessionals, and related service providers do that. While town factions are squabbling, say over the financial penalty, I have to be careful not to mention personnel, but this is now in the history books for the staggering wrong moves in the Gerald Alston case. While that's happening, you are missing a major opportunity to make structural anti-racist change in Brookline. The BEU has proposed substantive supports for appropriately staffed community schools. We propose workforce stabilization steps that would hire building monitors from neighborhoods of our underrepresented students, and ways to retain educators of color by protecting their voice with earlier due process rights, meetings with the central administration, and pay that makes teaching in Brookline sustainable. 2 minutes can't do justice to the ideas that we have been hammering away at the bargaining table. Please talk with us, and please take a stand. Thank you.
The next person signed up for public comment is David Lashinsky. You've been promoted to a panelist. You can unmute and your 3 minutes will begin.
Thank you, Speaker, and thank you, representatives, for giving me the opportunity to speak. I'm here to speak a little bit about Brookline Day and our plea to move it from Lars Anderson Park to the heart of Brookline's commercial district. I'm a resident of the town. My name is David Lashinsky. Sorry about that. Owner and operator of Eureka Puzzles down on Beacon Street, chair of the Coolidge Corner Merchants Association, resident of Precinct 6 near the high school. When my kids were young, we would go to Lars Anderson Park all the time and loved it. Summer to fly kites, winter to go sledding. We'd also go into Coolidge Corner and for all of the different town events and affairs that were going on there. And I have pictures of them hugging Tinky Winky and whoever else happened to come by, whatever year that particular thing was. Both are treasured possessions and parcels that the town of Brookline has to boast. So this is not what I would consider to be a either or proposition. I'm not here to speak against the park. I think, Lars Anderson Park is fabulous. What I am here for, though, is to speak about the viability of the merchants in Coolidge Corner. And not just in Coolidge Corner, but all the small businesses in Brookline to begin with. We were hammered during the pandemic. And right now, the thing that we're missing most of all is people, our pedestrians, our shoppers, our people that are going to walk around and rediscover the little jewels and the places that we have to offer. There's no way to substitute walking around to do that. So having the opportunity to bring Brookline Day into the heart of Coolidge Corner is going to make a huge difference in that, to that exposure, to that ability for people to reacquaint themselves with the stores that are here and the diversity we have to offer, with the restaurants and the cafes and the architecture. So it's something that I think is a very exciting opportunity. It's a way to reconnect with people, and we'll see how it happens, see how it goes. And if it's successful, we could certainly see about doing this in the future, expanding it to some of the other areas. But that's not to say we shouldn't do something at Lars Anderson and shouldn't recognize it for its being special, as well. And we do that all the time with all the existing programs.
You have 30 seconds.
Brookline Day is something that's very special, very unique. And my urgent plea, speaking with many of my fellow merchants, many of whom are also owners and homeowners here in Brookline, is the plea is, let's move it to Coolidge Corner and let everybody reacquaint the specialness, that with themselves, with the specialness that we have to offer. Thank you.
The next person signed up for public comment is Justin Brown.
And I should be able to see myself there. Good evening, members of the Select Board. Thanks for the opportunity to speak. My name is Justin Brown. I'm a member of the BEU, rank and file member. I teach fourth grade at Lawrence, and I'd like to press the need of adequate prep time and planning time for all educators over the course of a school day. This is a key part of our proposal to the school committee in our contract negotiations. To understand the need for prep time and for planning time, you must first know the difference. For elementary educators such as myself, prep time is the time to make copies, review student work, follow up on emails, pull materials for upcoming science investigations, arrange math manipulatives, review lesson notes, pick up flyers from the office that need to go home today, troubleshoot technology issues, go to the bathroom, take a moment to pause and reflect on the day, and a long list of other short-term demands. A well-provisioned classroom ready for instruction, that's the result of adequate prep time. Planning time, on the other hand, is the time to collaborate with peers, make flexible groups based on assessments, design assessments, examine resources for biases, review lessons, units, scopes, and sequences, make decisions about the cultural responsiveness of planned instruction, identify needs for both individual students and clusters of students, and a long list of other medium and long-term demands. A well-prepared educator ready to be culturally responsive to the needs of their students, that's the result of planning time. As I develop as a teacher, I realized that one sign of experience is the ability to hold multiple timelines in my head at once. What are the short-term, medium-term, and long-term demands of the students in front of me, and how can I best be prepared to meet them? I also know that I can't do it alone. Though it's more often only me at the front of the classroom, teaching children well is a team effort, and successful teams have time to meet and plan. So adequate prep time and planning time are both integral, essential parts of high quality teaching and learning. Thank you.
That was the last of our pre-signed up speakers. At this time, if there's anyone in the room who would like to make a public comment, you can come up to the presentation station. We'll be taking in-person attendees first and then turning over to the attendee list on Zoom. Folks can use the hand raise or Q&A feature if they'd like to indicate they'd like to make a comment virtually. Go ahead. You're going to want to speak right into the microphone. Make sure you say your name.
Kind of do the same thing that Justin did.
Can move. Yeah, the mic is more important than the visual. Big will catch you.
All right, there we go. Okay. Good afternoon. My name is Kathy Hitchcock. This is my 20th year teaching at Brookline High School. I am a 25-year Brookline resident, and my 3 children are products of the Brookline Public Schools. One of them is here tonight. And she's already said hello to a number of her old teachers. I am also a proud member of the Brookline Educators Union. I'm here today to talk about the teachers and educators who are in their third year of working under an expired contract with a pay increase offered to us that in these inflationary times is effectively a pay cut. I'm here tonight. I'm not going to talk about how the school committee added poison pills to their proposal last June, midway through negotiations. I'm also not going to talk about how the school committee has declined to sign on to the BEU's recommendations to reduce systemic racism in the schools. Nor will I talk about the increased workload our traveling teachers and special educators have, and that the school committee has done nothing about it. Furthermore, I'm not going to speak tonight about how the school committee refused to pay a special ed teacher who worked through lunches and preps in order to have IEP violations be less violated. I'm also not here to talk about the BEU's requested daily common planning time for teachers, even though there are many days where educators have no planning period at all, and yet we still have silence from the school committee. I am here to talk about the budget. Teachers need to be paid. I live in Brookline, I vote in Brookline, and I am tired. I care about this town. I plan to retire here. But I increasingly feel that Brookline's terrific bond rating is achieved on the backs of teachers and other town employees.
You have 30 seconds.
I ask that you provide the funds so teachers and educators can get paid a 3% annual increase. And we know that the money is there and available when you want it to be. And as I have said to the school committee, and I'm saying it again tonight, a budget is a moral document. What we fund is what we value, and we are watching.
Hi, thank you for listening to us. My name is Bob Miller. I'm a resident of Brookline, town meeting member. I'm the vice president of the Brookline Educators Union and a 6th grade and 7th grade science teacher at the Heath School. Ask any family with children, whether they're babies, school-age children, or adults, why they chose Brookline. The answer is always, almost always, schools. Look at homes on the Boston-Brookline line. The price difference, it's not location. These houses can be next door to each other. The answer, again, is the schools. I moved to Brookline in 1980. I love this community. I've served on the boards of a variety of nonprofits in town. I've volunteered with the police department, and I've been serving as a town meeting member. I love this community. I moved here long before I was a teacher, and I'm retiring at the end of this school year and plan to live in Brookline for many years after retiring. As a resident and homeowner, I am extremely worried. After 2 of the most difficult years of teaching, some districts are saying thanks with unrequested bonuses. Our district is not saying thanks at all. We were offered a longer day for no additional pay, removal of longstanding union rights, removal of professional judgment from the contract, and threats of layoffs. The staff feels insulted and disrespected. There are now educators looking at other districts due to childcare concerns. If you need proof, look at our town administration, school administration. We can't hold on to and increasingly can't attract good people. Just last week, Casey No Miller sent an email that she was leaving the district. The pattern is working its way down through the staff. Let me be clear, the reason that we don't have staff of color is not professional status language in the contract. The reason that so many educators of color are affected by layoffs is that they get here and they don't stay. I heard from a parent 2 weeks ago who was on several hiring committees where our desired outstanding candidates were people of color, and they turned down the offers. This town faces an existential crisis. Much like the climate crisis, it may be easy to ignore the demoralization of the school staff since the impact is felt slowly over many years.
You have 30 seconds.
Thank you. The way that educators' salaries work, it's hard to change districts after working for many years. This means that our most experienced staff are not leaving. I can tell you that many of them wish they could, and some are leaving. We've even had staff in the middle of this year leave because they couldn't take the disrespect. We have a problem, and like climate change, the sooner we address the problem, the less damage there will be. This community values its schools. The school committee and select board need to address the problem before it's too late.
You've reached 3 minutes.
Okay, I'm just have one more sentence. Use the one-time money and then take the question to the voters for an override. If they don't want to pay for the schools and services they have been getting, you owe it to them to let them make those cuts.
Is there anyone else in person who'd like to make a public comment before we transition to virtual?
Hello, my name is Tyler Brown. I've been teaching here since 2008. I'm a physics teacher at BHS. In fact, I'd like to rephrase that. I'm a physics teacher at BHS, OLS, and 22 Tappan. Over the years that I've been here, I've never had a contract that's been passed in time. I've been a union rep for the science department for many of those years. And as a rep, I haven't had a year where I haven't had to mobilize my community of science teachers to do something about the way that we're being disrespected. I'm sorry, I'm being told to put the microphone closer to my mouth, but that's because I'm speaking with a mask the same way that I have been for the last 2 years. I came here from Indiana to Brookline because of the reputation of the schools. Since then, we continue to be treated as inferior members of this community, not by the parents. I have wonderful interactions with the parents, but by the school committee. Okay? Not by the admin. My boss does an amazing job trying to make sure that my job gets easier. Okay? But why each year do we have to continue to fight for pay increases when districts around us do not? Why each year do we have to fight against longer working hours? Every year, somebody tries to get us to do more with the same amount of pay. I'd like to think that that's because the school committee thinks that we're incredibly capable. And I'll tell you, this group of people and the people that I work with are incredibly capable. I'm surrounded by competent, caring, wonderful people. But each year, and this year, we're exhausted. In 2019, 2020, we dealt with the pandemic and mayhem at the district level. In 2021, we dealt with the pandemic and mayhem of the building project and more town hall turnover, In 2021 and 2022, we dealt with 2 moves at the high school, the pandemic, and we're still dealing with mayhem and town hall and no contract. You've been hemorrhaging teachers over the last 2 years because of the way that you've been treating the teachers in the town. You aren't going to be able to continue to keep the teachers that you have or to hire the caliber of teachers that are currently here. Other teachers talk to us. I don't know if you've all had this experience, but they say, why would you keep working there if they keep treating you like that? You'll lose most of us And if you keep this up, you're going to be able to fill the teaching spots that you've lost. But they'll be filled with young, inexperienced teachers who don't know what they're getting into. You won't be replacing us.
You have 30 seconds.
If you really think the schools at Brookline are important, work hard to make the school attractive. You have millions of dollars that you're putting into savings each year. Use it.
The next person signed up for public comment is Carolyn Thal. You've been promoted to a panelist. You can unmute and share your video. Your 3 minutes will begin.
Hi, thanks. I'm appreciating hearing from teachers, and I am hoping this is not the substance really of my comment, but it's a segue. I do hope that we'll see an operating override come forward for schools and the town. It is needed. I would support it. I'm a town meeting member in Precinct 16, and I really just wanted to pop on tonight actually to ask the select board to shortly provide the public with an update on the Newbury land acquisition that happened in 2020. That came to town meeting in June 2020. It passed 201-287 to purchase the 3.13 acres from Newbury for about $15 million. That went to the voters in November 2020 and passed by a little under 61%. The last I understood was there was going to be a robust process for determining how that land would be used. I haven't heard anything. If there is an update, I'd love to hear, especially in the context of what I hope will be soon a conversation about operating overrides, but it's difficult. Ironically, we purchased that land from a town called Welltower. It's hard to keep going back to the well if we can't tell our constituents and neighbors that the town is acting with fiscal responsibility. So would love an update on Newbury if there is one shortly. Thank you. And thank you to all the teachers who are there tonight.
At this time, there are 112 attendees in Zoom and approximately 30 in person. No one is using the hand raise or Q&A feature to indicate. Ryan, go ahead.
Hi, Ryan Black, town meeting member from Precinct 6. I'm going to read a brief, kind of abridged version of some comments I shared at the Arpa meeting last night. Essentially, it's the wealth exists in our community to provide our educators a fair contract and proper living wage. So, but we just need to summon the political will to kind of take the prudent step of making overrides more regular. It's not good governance to wait for the rare instances where the federal government and the state government come through with more funds. We need to, and we can't be regularly facing potential staffing or program cuts, especially in the schools. And so we need to, instead of routinely staring down these problems, we need to provide predictability and stability with regular overrides. And I think an override is necessary to give the teachers a fair contract. Thank you.
Anyone else in the room? That concludes public comment.
Thank you very much for everyone that came out this evening. I know the select board was interested to hear your thoughts. We definitely will reach out to the school committee and try to request an update on the status of the contract. Devin, did you say that there was somebody else signed up for public comment?
Hi, Patricia. I see you have your hand raised. If you'd like to make a public comment, I can promote you now, but you'll need to accept the invitation.
Okay, we're going to move along. Okay, we're going to move along into the miscellaneous agenda. Let's do the meeting minutes from March 29th first, and then I'll go through the rest of the miscellaneous, if that's okay. Okay, great. So I move approval of the meeting minutes from March 29th, 2022. All those in favor, Bernard,
Aye.
Raul,
Aye.
John,
Aye.
Miriam,
Aye.
and the chair votes aye. Great. That was the meeting minutes from the last meeting. Okay, so let me just read the miscellaneous agenda items. So I move approval to refer to town council an open meeting law complaint dated April 1st, 2022, filed by Elizabeth Childs against the Select Board and Police Advisory Selection Committee. I move approval of the following changes to the Pierce School Building Committee to submit to the Massachusetts School Building Authority. Janet Bierman to replace Ken Kaplan as the Building Commission Representative, voting member. Samuel Rippon to replace Mary Ellen Norman, School Department staff, who is a non-voting member. Move approval of awarding and executing contract to Mario Susi and Sons Incorporated for annual roadway maintenance services in the amount of $149,790.60. I move approving the authorization to hire request for a general foreman in the Highway and Sanitation Division of the Department of Public Works. I also move approval of the authorization to hire request for a first assistant town council in the office of the town council. I move approval of appointing the following student officer in the police department, Kyle Dias. I move accepting a grant from the Urban Areas Security Initiative under Cybersecurity Initiative's goal area for a third-party vendor management service to manage the town of Brookline's present and prospective vendor cybersecurity posture in the amount of $25,000. I move accepting a grant from the Executive Office of Public Safety and Security Office of Grants and Research for the Municipal Road Safety Program in the amount of $1,622. I move approving the following appropriation transfer request in the total amount of $175,000 within the Department of Public Works budget from something to something else in the amount of $80,000 and a similar something else to something else in the amount of $80,000. Then there's one that is $70,000 and one that is $10,000. There are organizational codes on our agenda if you want more information. And then finally, one that is approximately $15,000. And oh, no, that's not even the final one. Okay, I move approving the following appropriation transfer in the total amount of $31,000 within the select board budget. $5,000 from permanent full-time to education and training, $1,000 from permanent full-time to office supplies, $25,000 from permanent full-time to employee travel expenses. And now for the liquor license stuff. I move approval of a temporary wine and malt beverage sales license to Hart Jr. LLC, doing business as Mamala's Delicatessen, to be held on Monday, April 18th, 2022 for the marathon route from 8 a.m. to 4 p.m. at 1659 Beacon Street. And then finally, moving approval of a temporary all alcohol beverage non-sales license to the United States Golf Association to be held June 11th to June 20th, 2022 for the U.S. Open Championship from 8 a.m. to 10 p.m. at 191 Clyde Street, which is also known as the Country Club. Bernard wanted to say something.
Yeah, I'd just like to use this opportunity to make a sort of observation about the hire request for first assistant town council. Don't take this personally, but town council's office is now an all-white, all-male law firm, and there's nothing inherently wrong with that. but for many reasons, both visually as well as substantively, is not the preferred situation. The substantive reason is that diversity of perspectives and experiences is especially important in the legal office. I know town council understands that very, very clearly. So even though I've retired from the practice of law, I still have contacts that could help identify highly qualified Black lawyers in the Boston area and beyond. They should be in the pipeline for that position and others that may come up. And I'll use those materials or the materials in our packet to pursue those opportunities. And I hope to work with town council to ensure that that is a successful effort. So, thank you.
Great. So all those in favor of the miscellaneous consent?
Heather,
Oh, I'm sorry, Raul.
sorry, I have my hand up. Hey, I'm wondering if we can pull 3H for the moment. I haven't had enough time to dig into it. I did look at the memo in our packet, but I'd like to learn a little bit more about it. And I've just been traveling, haven't been able to do that. And so if there's no reason why we have to vote on it tonight, I wonder if we could hold it for a week so I can ask some questions.
I'll defer to the town administrator. Can we pull that for, okay.
Yes.
So,
Can I?
Thank you.
oh, hold on. John first?
Yes, minor but perhaps significant correction. No one reads through this complicated morass of items, lettered items, better than our chair does. However, one item was read as being travel expenses. And I thought, I don't want people thinking that we are, making a transfer for travel. It's listed as moving expenses. So I just want to correct that.
Thank you.
Yeah,
Bernard?
I'd just like to note, I don't have a problem with putting off, is it 3H? I think it'd be useful if our Chief Information Officer, Feng Yang, could sort of give some background on this to the board before our vote next, I assume, next meeting. And this is actually very, very critical contract to provide the type of surveillance of our vendors that ensures, safety of our information systems. So it'd be good for us to just understand, the significance of this request. So.
Mel, can you make sure that we get something?
I will.
Thank you. Okay, so with the correction that John caught and the amendment that Raul wanted to see, all those in favor of the consent agenda minus 3H? Bernard?
Aye.
Raul?
Aye.
John?
Aye.
Miriam?
Aye.
And the chair votes aye. Thank you so much. Moving on to Brookline Day location debate.
I thought it was a discussion.
Maybe I could just frame the issue. Brookline Day was actually started about 10 years ago, so it hasn't been around all that long, but okay, I'll do better. Thank you. So I wanted to just frame the discussion. So Brookline Day has been held for about 10 years in the town. And the last time that when it was created, it was seen as partial replacement of the Flag Day Parade that was held in June. And so recently, the staff has been talking about, along with their business partners in Coolidge Corner, the possibility of moving, at least temporarily, perhaps, or on a experimental basis, the event to Coolidge Corner. And you've heard plenty about that already. But when I talked to the board about this, I was asked, well, can we have at least an explanation of, how it's going to work, the logistics, how it's going to fit there, and then we can have some further discussion. So that's the first part of this. And I don't know if you're going to have any discussion, but the petitioners are aware that you're having this discussion as well. So, but I think to start with, why don't we have a presentation by the staff who is recommending this change?
I know that Lee Jackson is at the Park and Recreation meeting. I have texted her that she needs to flip over here, but it looks like we have Meredith Mooney and Casey Hatchett to answer questions, but I know that Lee is kicking off this presentation.
So should we move on to another agenda item? Meredith, how do you want to handle?
Sure. I had a rough sense of how Lee was planning to move through her presentation, so we could just cut to my portion quickly to give her a little bit more time to join the meeting. I just wanted to provide an update on conversations we've had with the local business community about this idea. Earlier today, the select board received a letter from the Small Business Development Committee reporting on a vote taken at a meeting earlier today that formally supports the proposal to relocate Brookline Day to Coolidge Corner, and they submitted a letter of recommendation to the select board to consider within the context of tonight's discussion. This was actually something that came up in summer 2021 as the Small Business Development Committee and Economic Development Advisory Board, but specifically the Small Business Committee for the purpose of tonight's discussion. As we are wrapping up the project proposals included in the Coolidge Corner and JFK Crossing Rapid Recovery Plan. And there was a key need identified of generating some additional traffic to the commercial areas to help support small business and commercial area recovery post-COVID. And that's kind of how the Brookline Day came up within the context of those conversations. And the committee had asked staff to make an inquiry with the Recreation Department about the feasibility of making that transition to the commercial areas to help support small businesses. So I jumped in ahead a little bit, Lee, so I already gave my piece about the business community input. And then I would just say that there were internal discussions with town hall staff about the feasibility of this, and I was tasked with circling back to the business community more recently to just check in and see if they still felt that this would be a beneficial move for businesses, and the feedback that I received is very much in line with the comments that you heard during the public comment section of tonight's meeting. So back to Lee.
Thank you so much. And I apologize for being late. Good evening, Ms. Hamilton and members of the board. I was on the Park and Recreation Commission meeting and hearing from about warrant article 26. I apologize. But I'm on tonight to just share with you that we are considering moving Brookline Day potentially to Coolidge Corner, and I would love the board to weigh in on their opinion on that. So I'll just start to say that, you know, it's an honor really for Brookline Recreation to be able to host this great event every year and to help organize it. And we could not do it without so many partners in town. And, you know, we're here to serve, and we know we're here to serve the community. So my effort really is to really vet this and consider it as a potential. People who know me know that I'm open to new ideas and change when it makes sense. And I want to stay relevant to this community, and it's important for us to listen. So I'm just following up on Meredith's comments that we have heard from the community that there's a lot of interest in potentially hosting Brookline Day at Coolidge Corner this season. And we value Lars Anderson Park. It really doesn't have anything to do with that. It's been a great location for us, and perhaps we'd go back there. But I do believe that we have a neat opportunity here. If we were ever going to consider being in Coolidge Corner, I think this would be the year. And really the feedback that we've gotten from our community in the past couple of years that we have hosted Brookline Day, there's been only two negative pieces of feedback that we've received. And one is that it should be closer to public transit, right? And the other one is, how can you fix your transportation? So for those two reasons, and then for the new idea coming from the public of, hey, how about we support the business community better? I heard that, processed it a bit, and thought, you know what, you're right. We should really consider this for the benefit of the public. It would certainly uplift potentially the small businesses in Coolidge Corner. You know, so we did have 3 meetings. I put together a small working group of my friends here on the call, Ms. Casey Hatchett, Meredith Mooney, Ms. Erin Galantine, and a couple members of my team who coordinate and organize the event. And let's see, who else? I believe that was it initially. And some members of Parks and Open Space. I believe Kevin Johnson joined one of those. And really just discussed it and thought, could we pull it off? Could we make this happen? Could we do this for this year and give it a try? Certainly, if it doesn't work for the first year, perhaps we won't do it there again, but we are open and interested. And I do believe we can put together a great event for you in the town of Brookline. I think the programs may have to be somewhat sized down a bit. but I do believe we can do this for the benefit of the community. And if you'd like, I can give you some details, but without doing that, I'd like to pass it off to Casey to give just an overview of I would imagine you'd want to know the layout of the event. And so I want to invite Casey Hatchett to give you a sense of road closures, where we attempt to scale our event.
Yeah, I would also be interested to know where the staging is going to happen for some of the, like, tabling, I know is a big component, and touch a truck, and
I have all
maybe
that.
some of the rides and whatnot, and then also the parking, because I assume that we're going to be taking over some of the centrally located parking lots. So
Absolutely.
excellent.
I can share that with you. I'll pass it to Casey, and then you can pass it back to me, and I'll open up my document and share some more details.
Great.
Casey?
I'm just going to share my screen. Did that work okay? This is a very rudimentary map that I put together this afternoon. Good evening, everyone. It's great to see so many of you. So we are looking at moving Brookline Day to about a 425-yard portion of Harvard Street that will run between Beacon Street and Stedman. So it will allow for use of Florida Ruff and Ridley School, their green space, for some of the outdoor children's activities, and then the length of Harvard Street to incorporate the businesses as well as tabling and activities. You can see I have
Can
some.
you just zoom in a little bit?
I sure can. I think I can. Sorry, again, this is a very rudimentary map that I tried to pull together. So what we're looking at in terms of road closures, we would be closing at Beacon Street at Harvard, and then again at Harvard at Stedman. So we would keep William Street open for northbound traffic to be able to enter into that portion along adjacent to Harvard Street, and Stedman Street would be closed at the intersection with Beals, which is a little further up. And then Scheller Street would be closed, which is a one-way running towards Harvard Street. Babcock Street would be closed at John Street. We did consult with Chief Sullivan, who was okay with this design, although it will impact the fire station there, which is just this F right here, which is where the Babcock Street fire station is. And then we would have Green Street as a one-way running off of Harvard, so that would not pose any real traffic problems for us in terms of mitigating along Harvard Street. And then you'll see I have 4 or 5 cars that are indicated here. We have the Center Street lots east and west that could be utilized. We have the lot at Babcock Street and John, and the lot at John and Green. And then even so far down here is the Fuller Street lot, adjacent to Congregation Client Israel, that would all be available for Northside parking as well. We're looking at a Sunday between 11 and 3. Parking is generally fairly easy on the side roads during that time. The bus line, bus 66, would be impacted, but we would work with them to reroute them through Center Street and then up through the back neighborhood there, probably Pleasant to John to Babcock, or some route within there, but we would work with the MBTA on that. I do feel that the police department could support this logistically through staffing. You'll see some of the blue smiley faces are where, we discussed putting officers to help redirect, and we could, certainly staff that and support with the logistics and work with the DPW, Kevin's folks to get, proper barricades and signage. We could also use the variable message boards to notify the residents beforehand, people that would be impacted, and then do some mailing or notification to the neighborhood there. I think Meredith's office could help with that, notifying impacted neighbors. We didn't see anything that might be impacted in terms of, a house of worship that would be utilizing, having a service during that time period. KI would be minimally impacted because they would still be able to have traffic come in and out if they have any Sunday programs that are running. But otherwise, we thought it was a pretty good location, and we're really excited to support this effort moving forward if that's what the board decides on.
Great, thank you so much. Miriam.
Just a quick question. This is after the school year's over, right? But I just think about for FFR, especially if there are any sports that are using that property, if that's been noticed.
So Brookline Day is typically
No, it's in the fall.
September?
September 18th is the date that we've selected for this year.
So the question is whether or not we've checked to see whether or not Florida Ruffin Ridley's facility and field is available and not conflicting with anything
have.
school related. Okay.
Yes, we have. And since we manage the permits at recreation, we've been able to check that and we see it as available. I do have some more details for you. If Casey, if you wouldn't mind not sharing your screen, I can talk through some more details unless you have heard enough. Let me get to Heather's questioning around some of the event details around inflatables and whatnot. Obviously, this is a super fun event. We are in the spirit of the vibe is really a street festival. We still want to do the inflatables. We do imagine that we can have a very similar event, just maybe a tiny bit smaller. So the mini town hall and vendor tables would be set up at Harvard Street, likely between Green Street and Babcock. We have the main stage right now in our preliminary outline set up on Harvard Street at the intersection of Harvard and Beale Street. We have a potential smaller stage set up at the intersection of Harvard and Shaler Street facing Florida Ruffin Ridley for interactive performances, potentially dance, yoga, magicians, portable restrooms. We have an idea to put at the Devotion House, inflatable obstacle courses, 2 to 3, depending on size, rock wall, all that can be set up on the turf field, and interactive games on the basketball court at Ruffin Ridley, and smaller inflatables maybe for younger kids set up on the tennis courts. Touch a Truck along Stedman Street, or the Florida Ruffin, Ruffin Ridley half circle. So those are some of the details that I think Ms. Hamilton wanted to hear. And with that, I just want to let you again say that we do believe that Lars is an incredible location for programs. We do offer programs there all summer long, including our camping event, and we'll continue to. But we do want to consider this as an option. So thank you.
Thank you. Bernard.
Nothing happens in Brookline without some opposition. What is the opposition to this proposal? Or is there any?
I do believe there has been a petition sent around. I don't have it handy with me. I have several spreadsheets open, but I do believe there's a petition that's moving around town that would like to see it stay at Lars Anderson Park for for 22. Maybe someone else could speak to that.
So I have a copy of it right now. Thank you, Mel. It looks like almost the entire delegation of Precinct 15 and a number of almost the entire Precinct 16 delegation have signed a letter to the select board basically saying that they're disappointed at the news that we're considering moving it to Coolidge Corner and not having it at Lars Anderson Park. Okay, so I'll read the note. No worries. Dear Mel, we, the undersigned town meeting members from Precinct 15 and 16, were disappointed and concerned to learn that consideration is being given moving Brookline Day away from Lars Anderson Park for 2022 and perhaps permanently, ? This one-day event serves to highlight Lars Anderson, the jewel of Brookline's parks, and this year in particular, after a multi-million-dollar repair of its lagoon facilities, an effort should be made to showcase the park for the entire town. As you know, exceedingly few recreation activities for all ages are held in South Brookline. This one-day-a-year festival appeals to all ages. It helped to knit together North and South Brookline, particularly by offering shuttle transportation to get to the park. In addition to our concern about moving the event, we are concerned about accessibility and transportation options for South Brookline residents to a new event location. We have poor public transit, and most of us would prefer not to have to drive just to look endlessly for difficult-to-find nearby parking, inconveniencing not only us, but our North Brookline neighbors. Brookline Day has been a successful, enjoyable event since it began with the town's tricentennial, and we strongly believe it should remain at Lars Anderson Park. Sincerely. Who? Oh, Raul.
Thanks, Heather. And thanks, Lee and associates for the presentation. One question, I have thoughts on this, but I'll hold those. Question was about the 5K and the plan for the 5K that usually happens, whether or not that's still going to happen, and what the route might be for that.
Thank you. We do still plan to host the Brookline Day Road Race. We do plan to host it on a different day and are looking at the same sites as in previous years. That date has not been determined at this time.
Great, thank you.
So just a reminder, this is just an update to the board on what the town is planning on doing as it pertains to Brookline Day. Mel, did you want to say anything?
Well, sure. We really don't like to make such changes without, consensus of the board and the community. And unfortunately, as has been pointed out, there is some concern about moving it. And, I think there are legitimate concerns. I think we all have enjoyed Brookline Day at the park. Going to the park for a big event like that is pretty neat. I think this year, there is some very legitimate rationale for trying to bring something to the business district. And I don't think they're necessarily exclusive, although they may be in 1 year. I just would hope that we could figure something out. Brookline Day is a fun day, and we really don't want it to be a negative thing. So I'm always very supportive of the park, but perhaps it's this year that we might think about experimenting and bringing it to the center, our business center.
Bernard.
Yeah, I can appreciate the reason for wanting to move it to Coolidge Corner. I see a lot of problems, but I think maybe they can be overcome. I would suggest that we try to incorporate maybe the road race and some other activities in South Brookline, so that we have some continuity with what has been a really successful event over the last few years. And I was wondering if you'd given any thought to maybe on Saturday having the road race and some other events, and then focus on Sunday with those type of activities that support the business community in Coolidge Corner.
Lee Jackson, Recreation Director. Yes, sir, we have. We're currently, that is one of the ideas that we're thinking of, is Saturday for the road race, Sunday for Brookline Day. But I do believe something came up, and I think Casey Hatchett has a comment.
That Saturday is Porch Fest, and I think that might just stretch the resources of the town and activities. I know there's a lot of people that participate in that, and it might just be too conflicting.
As I just wanted to add to, in a response to Mr. Green's questions, I do believe that we have a lot of events scheduled for South Brookline, and we will continue to. The road race won't change. I think that the location has been wonderful. It's been a great event that we've seen grow over time, and we continue to want to have it in the same route as we've had in previous years. It's just the date that we're working on at this point.
John.
Just wondering, has Porch Fest and Brookline Day ever been on the same weekend before?
I don't believe so. Porch Fest before COVID was in the spring. Last year, they delayed it to September due to COVID, and then they kept it on the September date. So I think this would be the first weekend that there was that overlap.
Yeah, until I heard that detail, I had, zero reservations about this, except that I was going to say a deal breaker would be you've got to have the bouncy house and you've got to have the dunking thing, whatever that is. But I think maybe, note, it doesn't sound like final decisions have been made. And I do hope a lot of consideration will be given to this, this news that it's the same weekend as Porch Fest. Porch Fest is, in my mind, huge. I mean, the logistics of organizing it really, really substantial. It does involve in a couple places, like a street closing or two. It does tend to focus a lot of activity in the Coolidge Corner area. And I'm just wondering if we're going to sort of, I don't know, maybe run into kind of a little collision of events here where people pick one or the other, but might be a little bit unusual for people to devote, an entire weekend to a Brookline event on Saturday and a big Brookline event. I mean, a major, major Brookline event on Sunday. So I'm just putting that thought out there. I love the cooperation, the spirit that we're seeing tonight in these presentations. I would love to see, excuse me, the merchants get this gesture of support. It has been a tough year, as they've said tonight in their presentations to us. And I think we could give them a real morale boost and an economic boost if we did have this in Coolidge Corner. At the same time, I do hope the South Brookline folks, excuse me, who have concerns will recognize that this is a one-year thing, and I can't wait for this to succeed and then for Brookline Day to return to Lars Anderson.
So when I first heard about this idea, I wasn't really sure how I felt about it, because I really do love having the excuse to go to Lars Anderson Park, which I really only visit twice a year because I live in North Brookline and it's difficult for me to get there. But the more I think about it, the more I really kind of want to see what it would look like to be in Coolidge Corner. I actually think that it might surpass the number of people that we traditionally get because it's more accessible. I definitely empathize with some of the things that our colleagues of town meeting members in precinct 15 and 16 point out. But I could see an argument to be made that if we just spent millions of dollars to repair parts of Lars Anderson, bringing in trucks and a whole bunch of foot traffic is actually kind of the opposite of good stewardship. And as has been presented, this doesn't have to be a permanent thing. We could potentially go back and forth, so that we strike a balance of South Brookline and North Brookline. But I think that we really owe it to the businesses, and I think that more people will be served not having to park by having it in a more publicly accessible location. Miriam and then Bernard.
I'll just quickly say, I support it. I live kind of literally halfway between the two. And I don't find it easy to find parking for Brookline Day when it's at Lars Anderson. I just think that's the challenge of an event like that. But I like the idea both. I think it will be more accessible to more people. If it's in Coolidge Corner, I like the idea that in fact it will be a boost for the existing. You still have everything you had, but now you also have all the shops and restaurants and a boost to the local economy. And I really like the idea of, potentially going back and forth. That's certainly something to be considered. So it has my support.
Bernard?
Much to my embarrassment, it's Brookline Day that gets me into South Brookline for the most part, other than just driving through. Been there, done that. Not recently though. Yeah, I think, but I really empathize with the petitioners who are concerned that South Brookline sort of gets short shrift in a lot of ways. You mentioned that, I think Lee mentioned that there are a lot of events in South Brookline. I guess I don't hear about them. So maybe, one way to sort of give something to South Brookline would be to make sure that we have a lot of events in South Brookline, but also probably more importantly to do a little better job of advertising them and making sure that people are aware of what's going on in South Brookline. Just because I'm not really aware.
Any other comments? We really do need to move on because we're almost an hour behind at this point and it's pretty early. Raul?
Raul's-
Oh, sorry, Raul.
Just like got flags going on over here, everything. So I'll be brief then. Fully support this change. Obviously, there's always going to be, when you make any change, there's some gain and some loss. I think here the gain of at least experimenting with this strongly outweighs any loss here. As you heard earlier, this was something that that the small business community started talking about some time ago. Encourage staff to think about this, and I'm glad to see it in front of the select board right now. The other thing that is a really important piece to this is access, and providing access to members of our community that that don't have cars and that primarily get around on foot or use other forms of transportation, I think is really key. It also is an opportunity, and there have been a few lately, to showcase our community for folks who might be visiting Brookline as well, and a real experiment in actual activating some of our spaces in the Coolidge Corner area that we can learn from and think about how we might want to activate in other ways. So I think as a whole, this is a big positive, and I fully support it.
Great, thank you so much. So I think staff has direction, and we can't wait to hear more.
Thank you so much.
Thank you.
So next is the Boylston Street concepts presentation, and I'm going to try to really hold you guys to a 7-minute max presentation.
Thank you. My name is Kara Bruton, and I'm the Director of Planning and Community Development. I hear you about the 7 minutes, so I will skip my introductory slides and introduce to you Karen Fitzgerald. She is a Director of the Northeast region of Tool Design, which is a transportation and infrastructure design firm, and she has been working with the Boylston Street Corridor Study Committee off and on over the last year to further concepts that have been laid out by a variety of local and state agencies over the last couple of years, and I can go through that history more if you'd like to hear that. But given the time constraints, I will just introduce Karen and have her jump in and review the packet of information that you have in front of you, as well as our request, the committee's request to the select board, which is to send a letter to MassDOT. And the purpose of sending a letter to the Mass Department of Transportation is simply to demonstrate local support and the town's availability as a community partner for outreach, especially while they are studying potential alternatives for a surface and related improvements for Route 9, including complete streets ideas. When we had earlier studies done for the whole stretch of Route 9, including a bike lane, when we presented to the Metropolitan Planning Organization, they were very much intrigued. A lot of that, some of the Complete Streets staffs were part of that working group that did that plan. However, the MPO made very clear that to see a big change like the bike lane that we started on the Gateway East portion of Route 9, to see that through the rest of the corridor, they would want to make sure that they had a local partner that was willing to do more outreach as more studies are done, and also a partner that's interested in such a large transformation. So I think we've been able to pull together that support through the Boylston Street Committee that you all have elected, appointed, I should say. And Karen, why don't you go ahead?
Sure. Thank you, Kara, and good evening, everyone. I'm just going to share my screen. I have a quick presentation. Here we go. So as you know, we've been working with the committee and Kara on developing concept plans for the different aspects of the design, concept design. And I'm just going to run through the 3 concept plans that we ended up with, and then a sort of talk about the final preferred concept. So the first plan that we looked at was a 2-lane plan that would take away a lane in each direction. This plan also removed the median, but it also gave the most space to the sidewalks and possible bike lanes there. You can see in your packet, this is all explained. I don't want to take up too much time, but a lot of different crossings and extra street trees. And I'll just flip to the concept plan. So this is the concept plan for that 2-lane design alternative. crossings at Cypress here, enhanced crossings around the school and the path. And then a lot more street trees here. The blue areas are parking, just shaded parking areas. And then the darker gray are the bike lanes, so 5-foot bike lane on each side, how much larger sidewalks. We do have a couple of cross sections to show you. So this is at the Homewood Suites area. 1 lane in each direction, parking, street trees, bike lanes on each side, expanded sidewalk areas. And then within the parking, you know, we look at these as flexible zones, so you could pop in some parklets or outdoor dining areas in those spots if needed. This is the section at the Old Lincoln School, so we're envisioning this to be just marked with either a different paving or paint in this area, just to signify that a lot of pedestrians going back and forth. This one has a separated bike lane in each direction. And if you look on the plan, you'll see that that's where the crossing happens. So just in this section, we have a 2-way bike lane and a bike lane on this side, plantings in this area, possibly green infrastructure, depending on the drainage needs. And we really tried to increase the street tree planting to mitigate some of the heat island, as we saw in the report that came out, that this was a bright red area in the heat island report. And then this section is at Cypress. So this is allowing for a left and a through and a right in the southbound direction, or I guess would be westbound direction.
So sorry to interrupt.
Yep.
I understand that concept B is the one that we're preferring, right?
Yes, it is,
Okay.
correct. Yep.
So we can kind of
Just
move
go to that
along
one.
through the
Okay.
ones that we're not
wasn't-
actually.
Yeah, great, sure. I wouldn't know if you needed some background. So concept B is the one that we're recommending. We're calling it a 3-lane. What it does is allow for turning lanes at intersections. So it's 2 lanes in each direction with turning lanes at the intersections. Let's jump to the plan here. So this maintains some of the median with some planting. Also tries to keep some of the parking along these areas. Again, blue is parking, and then maintains the median in this east area. Same idea with the crossings at the Old Lincoln School. And then again, protected crossings at Cypress Street here. Cross sections, Homewood, we've got the island, each lane, 1 through lane, parking on either side, bike lanes, and a little bit of expanded sidewalks here. These zones would be for furniture, lighting, trash, etc. Old Lincoln School, again, some kind of special paving in this area, more tree planting, this 2-way bike just in this crossing area, and a 1-way bicycle on the side. And then Cypress Street again, street tree planting, bike lanes in each direction, and then the turning lanes, a left and a through and a right in that direction. So I'll just skip concept C. Yeah, so again, this is the final concept. I'm going to take any questions. So then we went ahead and did some renderings of this concept to give you an idea of what that would look like. This is looking west. You can see the island here, tree planting, bike lane, sidewalk areas, more planting where we can get it on the sides. This is a close-up of sort of sidewalk area, possible, use of parking space for more parklets or outdoor dining. And then this is the crossing at the Old Lincoln School. Because it is a crossing area, it does have a two-way light for this stretch, and you can see that on the plan. So what we're talking now is working with MassDOT, and because this will not be a TIP project, it's a little bit different process here. Then we're developing a technical memo, which is sort of a little bit expanded on what you've got in your hands tonight, and coordinating meetings with District 6 on this to, get their feelings on the process, look at the design with them. And then, we're thinking, just having gone through similar projects, the process could include, it will definitely need a highway access permit, design justification, which could be our technical memo, depending on what District 6 needs from us. And then they'll probably would like to see the same design review process that they go through, which is the 25, 75, and 100% design phases. Typical MassDOT, actual final design phases. That's a really quick overview. I'm happy to take any questions. I'll go back to any of the slides if you'd like.
Do I recall that this section of Route 9 is controlled by MassDOT?
Yes, it is.
Got it. Okay.
That's why we need to coordinate with them, but because it won't be on the tip, the process is a little bit different than the typical MassDOT project.
Got it. Any questions from select board members? And Devin, just let me know if Raul raises his hand. Bernard.
Yeah.
Sorry. I have a few questions. So what's being proposed is sometimes called a road diet. I like to tell people this is a road girdle because the traffic does not disappear. It goes somewhere else. Currently, when I go down to Star Market or Wegmans, I always avoid Route 9 because it's such a crappy road. I mean, with potholes and other problems. And, Chestnut or Walnut Street is how I get there. And I was wondering, if the committee has actually gotten to the point of looking at the impact of these changes on traffic on adjacent roads as well as roads that aren't really adjacent, because the Pierce School Building Committee has proposals on its agenda that would close down School Street. And I'm not sure we're going to go there, but that is one proposal that is being discussed, and variations of it may come to pass. So there's a lot of things going on in the community that's going to affect traffic patterns, all around. So the question is, have you gotten to that point of really understanding, what the impact of option B would be?
We have not.
Whoever.
I believe that was directed towards Kara and.
Okay.
I'll just say that we are not asking the select board to choose one of the three options tonight by any means. What we want to do in your packet is a draft letter from you all to MassDOT to show that there's a local partner, including the select board leadership, to be involved in a transformational design. There have been some initial traffic counts and pedestrian counts and accident counts done and presented to the MPO a couple years ago. But I am certain that MassDOT would be starting from the beginning, looking at current traffic flows, understanding the regional impacts, whether or not they own the right of way. They are certainly, and this has been made very clear to us, they are certainly going to be extremely concerned about this continuing to serve as a regional corridor, especially given its proximity to the Longwood Medical area. So we are not asking anybody to make any decisions because we don't have enough data yet. What we're asking is, are you excited about the possibility of Route 9 being transformed? And we would like to get your support to move forward in conversation with MassDOT to show that they have a strong community supporter as they go through their own internal complete streets process instead of repaving Route 9 exactly the way it is.
Great, thank you. Raul.
Sure, thanks, Heather. And that essentially was my question. Just to lead into that question is, I am very excited about this. I'm excited about everything from protected bike lanes to expanding the tree canopy, more safety, more walkability, all of these good things. Is there any indication, though? I don't know if I should temper my excitement. Is there any indication that either MassDOT might be on board with something like this, or that at least based on past changes that they've adopted or worked with municipalities on, that this fits within their priorities, or is this something that they're more likely to be resistant to?
I'll start and then turn it over to Karen to add anything. MassDOT District 6 already showed a willingness and excitement by having staff participate in that initial CTPS study, which is kind of a planning agency on behalf of MassDOT in many cases. They were hand in hand with staff and with those planners looking at concepts that included a bike lane all the way from where Gateway East just finished, all the way to the city of Newton boundary. I do believe that there is support from District 6. Everything's in the details. That initial concept that was done by CTPS, for example, had no parking along this stretch of Boylston Street. When CTPS presented that report to the Metropolitan Planning Organization, along with District 6 engineers there with us presenting in partnership. One thing that that board, the MPO, said is, wow, you're taking away all the parking. Are you sure you're going to have community support to do that? Does it make sense to go get community support and then we can move on with next steps? So some of the concepts, one of the things that the committee talked a lot about is that the CTPS kind of solution was kind of half of this and half of that. It neither solved right now existing conditions. There's informal / illegal parking that happens along Route 9 in the section all day long, but that lane isn't wide enough for a car, never mind to be safe. So right now we don't have parking infrastructure that's really adequate. We don't have street trees anywhere along this stretch. And we certainly don't have safe pedestrian infrastructure and zero bike infrastructure. And so between the three concepts, I am hopeful and excited that MassDOT will continue to think about their own complete streets policies and work with the town of Brookline along with the data. This is going to take years to do, probably a decade, to look at what makes sense, what particular design makes sense to transform this area.
So before I call on Bernard, who had his hand raised, I'll just say I used to work for MassDOT, and I was incredibly proud and just inspired at how progressive that DOT was when it came to pushing the envelope on complete streets, not only with their municipal partners, but with their own state-owned highways. So I would be very surprised if they weren't the ones saying, no, like we have to do this because it's the right thing to do for all users, not just motorists. And then I can't help myself, but the image of a girdle, I'll say this, another term for it is waist trainer. And I've become convinced that 2 lanes are too many options for motorists. And when you have 2 lanes, people misbehave. They cut people off, they speed, they double park, right? Because you have another lane there. So by taking a lane and forcing everyone to play in the same lane, people actually distribute better driving behavior. They slow down, they don't obstruct as often. So I am all for doing what needs to be done to improve safety for all. Bernard.
Okay, I'm not
Actually,
gonna go back to.
can I just, sorry, can I just finish up real quick and then I can?
Oh, I'm
not-
sorry, Raul.
That's
I
right.
didn't realize you had other questions.
No problem. No, Brett, I just wanted to offer just two more things. One is at our Small Business Development Committee meeting this morning, Elias Audi spoke glowingly, not just about the end result, but also about the process. And as folks know, Elias will tell you if he thinks things aren't going well. And then also, I just want to take a minute, because I don't know if it's been said, but to just thank our colleague John for his leadership on this. I know it hasn't been easy, and pulling together a big project like this, and especially making sure that abutters, residential and business, feel included and like their views are expressed in the process and the end product. And it seems that that's been the case here. So just want to congratulate him on that.
He's smiling. Bernard.
I'd like to thank John for his work on this too. It's been hard, I know, but it's going to be good, and I'm going to be supportive. But there's always a but here. When I was chair, I appointed first Raul and then John to chair this committee. And one of the things I told them is that it's absolutely critical that this not be a Brookline gentrification process, that we take into consideration the needs as well as the interest and thoughts of people, particularly in Brookline Housing Authority buildings in outside of the area, but still that will be heavily impacted by whatever happens there. And also the fact that right now, and I don't know if we've done any studies of rent rates in this area, but right now, my sense is that there are a lot of not cheap rents, but relatively reasonable rental properties in this area. And what is being proposed looks like Brookline gentrification. In that when I look out my dining room window, I can see the Fenway and the Jamaica Way and all these luxury apartment buildings and condos going up. I don't know how we can stop it. That being Brookline, but I think that has to be, something that's on our mind as we go through this process, that we don't want to lose what may be relatively reasonable rental units, and we don't want to drive up home prices even more than they are by, bringing the Fenway to Boylston Street. That's my 2 cents.
John.
So just to fill in, and thank you very much to my colleagues. What is being referenced here is the Boylston Street Corridor Study Committee, which, as Bernard said, began with Raul as chair, then became something that was handed off to me as chair. There was COVID in the middle, so it's been one of those efforts that we, like every other effort, we have to sort of work around COVID. It has truly been a pleasure, and it's been over 1.5 years of work at this point. But we are approaching town meeting with a warrant article in place, and with a lot of good work to show for our efforts over the months. And this presentation tonight was all about the roadway portion of the Boylston Street Corridor. But the presentation to town meeting will be focused on development opportunities on the parcels at 2 ends of the corridor, the Brookline Hills, what we're calling the Brookline Hills Overlay District, and what we're calling the Brookline East Overlay District. And everybody likes to refer to a chicken and egg sort of a phenomenon here. I don't know if the roadway portion is the chicken or the egg, but there is that kind of a relationship between our vision for the roadway and our vision for the Brookline Hills Overlay and the Brookline East Overlay. In that, if we can inspire DOT that Brookline is serious about realizing some opportunities to add housing and commercial growth in the corridor, then they will be more likely to want to go along with our vision of the roadway portion. And if they go along with our vision of the roadway portion, we're going to be more likely to succeed with our vision of the developed parcels in the Brookline Hills overlay and Brookline East, Gateway East overlay. So please, everyone, kind of stay tuned to the ongoing presentations by the Boylston Street Corridor Study Committee, where we will hopefully give everyone a very clear sense of why a certain amount of upzoning, of relaxation of the zoning limits in a couple of parts of the corridor could in fact inspire change that is not just change for the sake of change. It is change that is linked to good things, linked to affordable housing, linked to the kind of energy future, not necessarily fossil fuel free, but minimal fossil fuel uses in the corridor. And the big picture is the corridor right now is a very car-centric place. It's it's divided by a highway, and the highway is everything that we associate with highways. It's high speed, it's noisy, it's hard to cross, it is not user-friendly, and it has a number of car-centric uses that involve a lot of cars turning in and turning out and turning across the sidewalks and what would be a bike path. We hope to reduce all that, as in Bernard's term, to maybe put it on a diet. And we hope to inspire DOT with this vision of what the roadway part of the corridor can be for the future and how that can inspire a lot of other change for the future.
Any final comments before I move the language that Kara needs for us to send a letter to DOT? Okay, seeing none. I move approval to send the attached concept alternatives and technical memo to the Massachusetts Department of Transportation, known as MassDOT, noting that concept B is the town's initial preferred concept. All those in favor? Bernard?
Aye.
Raul?
Aye.
John?
Aye.
Miriam?
Aye.
And the chair votes aye. Thank you so much.
Thank you all.
staff. So next, I believe, is Kent Street update from Joe Viola.
Good evening, everyone. I'm hoping to share my screen and to do a slideshow as quickly as possible. I know we have time constraints, so I will do my best to move through fairly quickly.
Great, thank you, Joe.
Hope everybody can see this. I'm moving into slideshow mode, and I'll start from the beginning.
Yes, we can see it.
Okay, great. So again, good evening, Joe Viola, Assistant Director for Community Planning, and I'm here to give an update and status report related to the Kent Station Street Affordable Rental Senior Housing Project. I think a lot of what's in this presentation will supplement and further inform the memorandum that was included in your packet for this evening from the Kent Street Negotiation Committee. Just to very briefly reorient everybody, I know you're all probably very familiar with this site, municipal parking lot in Brookline Village across from the T-stop, about 16,000 square feet in size, 39 public parking spaces, and those spaces are used by merchants during the day and for off-street overnight resident and guest parking. Very briefly on project timeline, this whole process emanated out of town meeting, the warrant article asking town meeting for the town to look at the use of this lot for affordable senior housing. In response to that, the select board formed a committee to explore that, the reuse of the site. The committee met 13 times and held a public information meeting, and we used a lot of the comments and feedback from that process to develop a request for proposals for disposition of the site. Just to speak briefly on the request for proposals, the select board authorized the release of that document in July 2019. The town received 3 proposals. And an evaluation committee appointed by the town's chief procurement officer shortlisted 2 proposals, one of which was Two Life Communities and one from B'nai B'rith Housing, 2 very competent and capable mission-based developers of senior housing. The evaluation committee met 7 times to review the proposals, to interview the developers, and to work with the development consultant to review all the proposal assumptions in great detail. So coming out of the evaluation committee process, we found ourselves back before the select board in May 2020 with a vote of the evaluation committee. To paraphrase fairly quickly, the committee liked the Two Life proposal, and the consensus was of the committee is to authorize the town to enter negotiations with Two Life to see if agreement could be reached on an appropriate subsidy amount, and to see if we could develop a letter of intent that would set forth sort of the parameters of the development program going forward. Many of you, maybe you haven't even seen this, the Two Life proposal. It met basically all the requirements of the RFP. It provided for 54 one-bedroom units of affordable rental senior housing. 45 of those 54 units would be available to households at 60% or less of area median income. The program provided for live-in staff, community programming, and supportive services. One very important component was replacement parking. Their RFP required that, on-site replacement parking. All 39 spaces were accommodated on-site, plus Two Life included some additional program parking. And as well, if you can look at the perspective above the narrative, the text, you can generally see what the project looks like from Station Street. There are 2 levels of parking with it's 7 stories from Station Street, 2 levels of parking, 5 units of housing. If you look on the bottom right, you can get an idea of what it looks like from Kent Street. 6 stories, 1 unit, 1 level of parking, and 5 residential floors. Just to look at a brief rendering of the site plan, one of the requirements was the inclusion of a community path. If you look from left to right, left is being Station Street, right Kent Street. The design team was able to include that community path to provide access between those 2 streets. They included a public park that would, sort of buffer against some of the adjacent residential developments. And you could also see that the designer did what they could do to pull away from the side setbacks in order to minimize the amount of impacts that would occur to the adjacent residential properties. So in response to the evaluation committee's recommendation, the select board, you deferred the responsibility to the Housing Advisory Board to form a Kent Street negotiation committee. And the committee's charge was to begin a negotiation process with Two Life to see whether the parties could reach an agreement on acceptable terms and conditions for the redevelopment of the site. And the other charge you gave was to report back to the select board at the end of negotiations for an update and to offer a recommendation. That's why I'm here this evening. Just to touch briefly on the work of the committee. The committee met 5 times over the course of February 2021 to March 2022. They were tasked to discuss strategies related to the potential disposition of the Kent Street parking lot to Two Life. They discussed a number of items, including project costs, subsidy requirements, available and projected town resources, and potential refinements to the program that maybe could help reduce project cost. During that process, staff, we sort of worked as the conduit to direct questions and clarifications back and forth between the committee and the Two Life team. And, we actually sought outside information from others, including town officials, Children's Hospital Boston, the Mass Attorney General's office, to try to address some outstanding issues and questions. More recently, a non-quorum working group of the committee met with Two Life directly to talk about possible paths to move the disposition process forward, and some new information stemming from that December 21 meeting led to the evaluation committee's recommendation that I'll get into in a little bit. Challenges for the project, it's undoubtedly from the outset. The evaluation committee recognized it, as did the negotiation committee, but the high cost of replacement public parking made this a challenging project. Not surprisingly, the onset of the pandemic led to some uncertainty in the construction industry, namely high labor and materials costs based on supply chain issues. That was a result. Continued discussions about the development program centered around disposition, ground lease, and replacement public parking. It started to lead to the realization that the initial costs and subsidy requirements could rise significantly beyond what was initially proposed back in 2019. And as costs went up, town commitments to other projects in the pipeline, it sort of diminished the amount of housing trust dollars that were available to the project. And, we started to look at, due to the high parking costs and limited town resources, we started to look at other sources of funding, MassWorks, back in May 2021, ARPA funding through the town's OpenGov portal. We started to think about ways to bridge funding gaps, which, when you're bringing in other sources, it not surprisingly adds some time and complexity to the project. Just to look at the project, the development costs and subsidy over the course of a few years, table A, hopefully that conveys, when we first started looking at the developer's financial proposal, we had an all-in cost for parking in the affordable housing component of about $30,451,000. We started to apply some inflation factors to the project. Two Life was kind enough to update their performer in May 2021. You can see the difference that the pandemic sort of put on this project based on those labor and materials costs. And more recently, in February 2022, after continued discussions with the development team, it became pretty apparent that the program was leading to some other requirements, such as public bidding and prevailing wage, that were just going to add some pretty significant costs to the project. Table B, briefly, it shows, you can see when we first reviewed the proposal, there was about a $6.9 million ask for a $30 million construction project. With those May 2021 updated pro forma numbers, you can see, again, with the pandemic inflated costs, both the residential project and parking subsidy requests had risen to about $8 million for a $31 million project. And, again, when we really got into substantive discussions about details around the parking, construction, and ownership of the land, it added a significant amount of cost to the project. So for a $36 million project, we were looking at a $12 million request of town subsidy for both the parking and housing components. Just to get into the finding and committee recommendation, below are some major findings that sort of influence the no action recommendation from the negotiation committee. The requirement for the developer to build on-site municipal parking spaces for public end users. We found out later in the process that that subjects the parking component to be publicly bid. If we thought the parking costs were expensive at the beginning, once we found, even if we're asking the developer to build a public parking structure, the fact that it will be serving the public, it needs to be looked at as a public project and therefore publicly bid. Town ownership of the land, Two Life's council sort of flagged that if the project is to be built under a long-term ground lease, then that was going to open up the project to prevailing wage costs, again adding significant cost to the housing component. I'm not even sure, one of the discussions we had at the committee level and with the developer was whether or not we could look at something like lease offsite parking at the Brookline at the Brookline Place garage in place of providing that parking on site. I'm not even sure that's allowable under Chapter 30B because the RFP required on-site parking, but it's sort of a moot point in that the discussion with Children's Hospital Boston, they made it pretty clear that once they're fully tenanted and up and running, that they really don't have any flexibility in their program to lease parking to the town for Kent Street project needs. And, there are really few subsidies outside of the town's own limited resources that can pay for replacement public parking. The sources I mentioned before, Arpa and MassWorks, they're competitive. They're awarded specifically MassWorks on project readiness. And with Arpa, I mean, they have pretty hard and determined, they have commitment and expenditure deadlines built into those sources that I don't think this project could meet, given where we are in the process. So just to conclude, trying to think about what next steps could be, I think a helpful starting point would be to discuss the findings and discuss the process with the HAB and to see what comes out of that discussion. Maybe there's an opportunity to revisit the proposed development program. Could there be less parking? Could we look at disposition options? Could we convey the land to the developer rather than ground lease? Could we revisit parking fees? One of the requirements along with the replacement parking was that the replacement parking be provided at the same rate that it's provided for today, which honestly doesn't allow the developer to seek any other kind of funding to help construct that project, since the amount of income generated from parking is so low. And finally, if there are some things that can be changed, maybe we should reconsider and refine and reissue the RFP. I know that's a lot of information. Hopefully it sort of gave more insight on the negotiation committee's recommendations. And, I'm certainly here to answer any and all questions you might have regarding the project and the process.
Thank you so much, Joe. For me, it was almost like a trip down memory lane. This was one of my first assignments when I joined the board 5 years ago, was to chair this effort. And it has been something that I have allocated at least 2 hours a month the entire time that I have served on this board. So it really pains me to recommend no action at the end of this, but all is not lost. There is a warrant article that addresses the parking that will be before us and town meeting this spring. And I hope that that will hopefully move us to retool, recalibrate, and maybe we will be able to put out another RFP so that this project has a chance. Any questions from select board members? Again, this is just an update for your information since this was a select board initiative. And if anything moves forward, we will, of course, keep you all in the loop. John.
Couple questions. Excuse me. First for Joe. Joe. Excuse me, Joe. I'm going to start over because I had my finger on this button here. Joe, can you give us a dollar figure as to, at the end of the day, after all was said and done, what were we looking at in terms of the amount that Brookline would have to subsidize per unit in order for this to be economically viable for the developer?
So you essentially look at the total subsidy and divide it by the number of units. So $12 million divided by 54 units. I don't know that number off the top of my head. If you look at the earlier proposal and even the mid proposal from May, a subsidy requirement for just for the affordable housing component of, in the neighborhood of $3.1 to $3.5 million, that is completely in line with other projects that the HAB has recommended funding for and the select board has approved funding for. I just think that, the expectation was with limited funding sources, there was no way for the developer to be able to absorb the cost of creating that parking structure. And it forces us to look at the the investment of town funding from not only the perspective of what it costs to build the housing per unit, but also the cost of, what it costs to build 48 replacement parking spaces. So
Yeah.
if
So-
that makes sense.
I was going to, answer my own question just by, I quickly did the math. Yeah, I think you said 12,054 units, $222,222. What are the chances of that? 22 cents. I know. Could someone please tell me how that came out that way? But, for the folks at home, just wondering how do we decide when it's doable and when it's not? Imagine if we spent $222,000 for every unit that we subsidize. We would spend down the money we have available to subsidize units very quickly, and we wouldn't have subsidized that many units of affordable housing. So this is where it comes down to numbers and, and how much you're spending per unit. And the other question I had was for our chair. Could you just fill in for folks who heard your reference to a warrant article that would address the parking, how would it address the parking?
So I forget what the number is because we have, 30 some odd warrant articles before us this town meeting. But there is a warrant article that I think takes the original resolution that we passed in 2016 and says, we've learned some lessons about trying to have our cake and eat it too, meaning keeping the parking and also trying to build senior affordable housing above it. The costs have come back. It's cost prohibitive. Let's just do the senior affordable housing on the site minus keeping the public parking. And it's also important to understand that that particular public parking lot is not really open to the public like some of our other lots. You don't go in there as a member of the public and, go onto the Passport app. It is primarily for businesses in the Brookline Village area for their employees to park during the day. And then I believe that there are overnight parking for residents and their visitors during the evening. We ran numbers about how much this parking lot generates per year. I think it's under $90,000 a year.
I could provide the exact number, and it's way under $90,000 a year, unfortunately.
And I just wanted that clarified, if you don't mind, just because I happened to have been at a meeting of the Small Business Advisory Committee this morning. And I do know that, as far as the merchants are concerned, in the commercial district in Brookline Village, this would be a major loss. And they are, they're watching this and want to have a say before it's over as to what the loss of that parking would mean to Brookline Village as a viable commercial spot. I'm not taking a side, but I think we need to know what's at stake here.
I'll just talk about what I remember over the past 5 years, especially the first year of the committee. We heard a lot about keeping this parking available, especially to the residents who abut the properties for the overnight parking. However, a couple of things have changed since then. Brookline Place, River Road, a number of construction projects that were eating up a lot of on-street parking because the employees of contractors or, they were dispersed throughout that intersection. We also were redesigning that intersection. And so there was a lot of construction on the street. A lot of that has settled out. So I empathize with the business owners, but we have been heavily subsidizing them for a while with these specific placards. I believe at one time they were $500 a year and they could use them like throughout the day. I mean, when you look at the revenue that we were losing out on, it was a very good deal. And we did not do what I think we should have done, which was to raise those rates each year depending on inflation. So we haven't addressed that. I think we should address it now that the pandemic hopefully is on the tail end. But I think this is more of a reaction to a very good deal that people have enjoyed for a while. And I'm not sure that it's a good deal for the town. Any, nope. I'm looking at Raul. I'm getting into the habit. Any other comments before we move on to CDBG? Okay. Joe, I believe you're presenting on CDBG.
I am, and I'll try to be very brief. Again, Joe Viola, Assistant Director for Community Planning, here to talk about the fiscal 2023 CDBG Advisory Committee recommendations. It's interim update to the Select Board. We'll be back to you on May 10th to ask for your vote on the proposed budget and for approval to submit the town's annual action plan to HUD. No votes required this evening. Again, just we wanted to give you a heads up and let you know what the recommendations of the committee were. I know you could see those in your the memorandum that came along for your packet this evening. HUD requires us to have a public meeting and to put the information out there for the community and to let them know what the funding recommendations are and where they can get more information. So that's part of the reason why we come to the board, other than to give you the heads up. The process for the annual action plan and budget began in January. The town CDBG advisory committee had 2 Zoom meetings to hear presentations from prospective grantees. We held those on February 28th and March 2nd. The select board was, the advisory committee was chaired by select board member Green. The committee used the latter part of the second meeting on March 2nd to deliberate over funding recommendations that were included in your packet for this evening. The committee sought to program $834,504 in available funds to a number of different programs and activities. As you could see in the budget recommendation, a lot of that went to affordable housing. Brookline Housing Authority had a capital project. The town's affordable housing program was slated to get some funds that could be used to support a number of development or preservation projects currently in the pipeline. Brookline Improvement Coalition was slated to get some funding to deal with a capital project they have related to smoke alarms and carbon monoxide detectors. Caritas Communities was slated to get some funding for their capital project, 1876 Beacon Street, for much needed roof and parapet repairs, which is a high priority project of theirs. And as well, some seed money was given to Specialized Housing as they look to create an additional apartment for live-in staff at they have 2 residential buildings that are for adults with developmental disabilities and intellectual impairment. They need additional staff to support them as they age in place, and we're hopeful that that seed money can help Specialized Housing to leverage other funding sources so they can actually do those projects. Committee saw fit to fund CDBG's accessible pedestrian signal project. It's a 3-year project, and they'll be replacing signals at a number of locations, which include pedestrian push buttons and countdown timers that would aid vision impaired pedestrians. The committee saw fit to fund the Economic Development Long-Term Planning Division's Business Assistance Program, again with the thought to help to replenish the Small Business Relief Grant Program, which has been most recently used to aid the stabilization of small brick and mortar businesses impacted by the pandemic. And finally, the committee did its best to allocate the maximum allowed of 15% of the grant, which is just over $205,000, to the 5 public service activities that applied for funding. Those activities include the Brookline Center for Community Mental Health, Brookline Housing Authority, the COA with their TRIPS program, Steps to Success for the Work Connections for Youth program, and the Brookline Food Pantry. So again, we just wanted to give the board a brief overview of the CDBG committee recommendations. We'll be back on May 10th Just wanted to let the board know and the public know that there's a draft annual action plan and the committee recommendations that are available on the planning department webpage for 30 days. We'll certainly take all comments into consideration leading up to the board's public hearing. Okay, after which we'll ask you to finalize everything and vote on everything so we can get it off the HUD. I'm happy to answer any questions, and I'm going to post a link in chat where those documents can be reviewed. So thank you for your time.
Great. Thank you so much, Joe. Before I call on Bernard, who chaired this effort, 2 questions. One, we vote on this, I think, in June, if I recall.
Actually, it would be in May. We'll hold a public hearing in May, and after that public hearing is concluded, we'll ask for a number of votes. And you can see those votes in the memorandum, but yeah, we'll seek your permission to submit everything to HUD.
Great. And we worked together with the Arpa review screening panel, to make sure that things that qualified for this, were not really. Okay. Don't forget to unmute.
So the answer to that is no, but the truth is, I mean, if I can.
Well, Bernard had his hand up first,
I'm
so,
sorry.
okay. Miriam, answer.
It's that to
my
me, all
question.
of these things, there just isn't enough money. So I don't really have a problem with with BIC and BHA and what was the other one? The food pantry just getting more funds, because if we could, we would give them more funds. So looking over this right now, I don't see any reason that this would change what we've done on the review committee.
Great, that makes me feel better. Bernard?
Yeah, there's a lot of overlap between ARPA and CDBG funding. For example, the Brookline Housing Authority proposals. We're taking a piece of it, which is very important, and that's related to the veterans housing here in or in the Brookline Village area. This is CDBG money is really, really valuable and important, despite the fact that it originated in the administration of Richard M. Nixon as a way of avoiding federal funding for the states and localities. But it still has, and we've taken a lemon and turned it into lemonade, as the saying goes. And as John and Miriam are finding in their ARPA committee, it is very, very difficult and painful to have to allocate a small amount of money to a large and critical amount of need. But we do it because if we didn't do it, that small amount of need wouldn't get the funds to do what little bit that these funds can do to make people's lives better. So, I hope the community realizes that our job, both in ARPA as well as CDBG, is difficult. It results in a lot of people being disappointed and maybe sometimes angry. But that's really the world that we're living in, and we're making the best out of it that we can, and we're making a significant and important difference. So,
Thank you, Bernard, and thank you for your work on this. Raul.
Thanks, Heather. And speaking on behalf of the online community that is watching this meeting, please remember to speak into the mic and speak clearly so that we can hear you. I've got my volume all the way up, and it's still sometimes difficult to hear you. So I mean, it's hard to quibble with anything that we see here. What we don't see is anything potentially that isn't getting funded. So I guess one question and one thought based on the answer to the question. The one question is, are there other things that if they are getting significant funding through the ARPA process and are listed here for CDBG, that the committee might, after the board makes this decision on Tuesday next week, might want to get back together and see about revising any piece of what we're seeing in front of us right now, and if that might mean some projects that otherwise would have gone unfunded because of strain on the limited budget for CDBG, that maybe they're projects that could end up in there. I just don't know. I haven't been able to see the work, so maybe Bernard's a good person to respond to that.
I think we're all supportive. Bernard, will you make sure that you work with the two co-chairs of the ARPA screening panel?
Of course.
Okay.
While there is some overlap, there really is not the type of overlap that sort of disrupts the different paths that CDBG and ARPA are going. So I think that we're good. The fact that we have these two boxes or pockets of money to provide funding for programs is good, and I think that we're really maximizing sort of bang for the buck that we have from this money. So,
Miriam, did you want to say something?
I just say I mostly agree. I mean, I think it's worth taking a look once we vote on the slate, but actually, I think just looking at this now, most of the stuff is either, again, there's such a pressing need, like for the Brookline Housing Authority, the extra funds will just be appreciated. Like, I don't think there's any reason to change that. And then there are certain things that we are not funding that are on here. There's maybe one thing that I'm looking at, that maybe two that you could consider cutting, but so I think a quick revisit by CBG after we end up with the final slate. But I honestly think, again, the more money we can give to BHA, the better. So I wouldn't back off on something like that.
Okay.
yeah, and let me just add, the CDBG is giving funding for a project that the ARPA funds are not funding. So I mean, it's really different. So it really works. The two of us work together to provide really needed funding for three different projects in the Housing Authority buildings. So
Mark your calendars. We are agreeing again.
No.
let me write that down.
John wants to say something, and then I will say something to wrap up. And I see Joe has his hand up.
Yeah. So I appreciate that there was the phrase, it's hard to quibble, and indeed it is hard to quibble with the needs that'll be addressed by the appropriations under the CDBG program. But I will quibble with an element of this that I admit I've had doubts about in the past. And that is the figure for CD administration and comprehensive planning. What I'm looking at here is $536,173 to administer $1,370,677 of grants. And I just find that ratio to be, not what it feels like it should be. And I wonder, am I missing something? Is it in fact the case that we're spending $536,173 to administer $1,200,000 or $230,000 of grants?
So I think Mel wants to say something. My own recollection is that CDBG helps to pay for some of our planning staff.
I'd probably ask Joe to respond, but to assume that these are administrative expenses, I think they're programmatic expenses. Our employees, our staff are providing programs in the housing arena in particular. But Joe, maybe you can explain that budget.
Sure. I could say, the program allows comp planning and admin to charge up to 20% for staffing costs. And the additional funding that you see for housing staff, but for CDBG, there would be no town housing staff. I mean, in town housing staff, they're not just implementing CDBG programs. If there's other sources of federal funding in a program, a development opportunity, home funding, for example, that's an eligible expense. So any project that housing staff works for in this town, CDBG is basically paying for housing planners for new development, for preservation projects, to monitor all the existing units that have been created with federal funding over the past, I don't know how many years, but so it's more than just an administrative cost. Our housing staff does so much more than a very small portion of their job is actually administering CDBG funds. They do a lot more. It's an eligible expense to pay for housing staff, and that's why that number looks so large.
Thanks for the answer.
I mean, we had a number of 40B applications and we continue to hover around the 10% threshold. So I am very grateful for the CDBG money for housing staff. Any other, nope. Joe had his hand up. Did you say what you wanted to say, or do you have something else that you want to say?
I just wanted to add one caveat to all this. This number we're representing, the budget you see, we're basing it off last year's allocation. It could change, and the number you eventually see on May 10th could be different. I just wanted to flag that in case that happens. We could get more, we could get less. I just wanted to flag that for the board's consideration.
Great. Let's hope that we get more and not less. So maybe what we do is this, Bernard and Miriam, you might be able to work offline to draft a memo to the select board as we consider the CDBG vote towards the end of May, so that way we'll know exactly what the slate of the ARPA proposals were. And you have had that discussion about, are there any overlaps, any little tweaks, so that the select board feels comfortable voting the CDBG slate as well. Does that sound?
Sure. We can do it.
Yeah, great. Excellent. Thank you so much. Okay. Thank you, Joe.
Thank you all for your time.
Okay, my sincerest apologies to the grants of location folks. We are very, very late. I'm going to take one vote before we really open the grant of locations, because what I want to do is hold all of them as one big public hearing. So why don't I move language to allow us to do that? I move to hold all of the grants of location hearings as one. All those in favor? Bernard.
Aye.
Raul.
Aye.
John.
Aye.
Miriam.
Aye.
And the chair votes aye. So let me just do the rundown of what we are hearing tonight. Oh, excellent. And I understand Rob King, who is our chief engineer, is here. There is a grant of location request regarding Warren Street. There is a grant of location request for Asheville Road, for Beacon Street, for Tappan Street, for Hammond Street. Devin will let me know if any members of the public wish to speak. I am opening the public hearing for those grants of location. The first one that we will take is the grant of location for Warren Street. Who will be speaking on behalf of that? I see Dominic Rinaldi, who I personally work with in the Boston office of BSC Group, so I may abstain from this particular grant of location. Yeah, Ryan Earl. Anyone want to speak on the Warren Street, NSTAR, Eversource Energy, 525 Warren Street?
Yes, my name is Phyllis Galloway. Good evening.
Good evening.
Good evening. My name is Phyllis Galloway, and I work for Eversource. I'm the right-of-way agent. And in reference to Warren Street, that job is completed. The work was necessary to provide underground electric service to 525 Warren Street. And the work is completed. So I'm here formally to request the grant of location.
Well, I must say that you did a good job, because I didn't receive any complaints.
Great.
Excellent. So maybe we should move along to the other grants of location. Any questions about this particular?
So this is,
Bernard?
so we're approving this retroactively? Okay. So-
Yes, that happens from time to time. When it's usually an emergency work and we only
Exactly.
meet once a week.
Okay.
So any conversation before we move on to Asheville Road? What I'll do is I'll move the language to vote all of these after we talk about them individually. Hopefully, this will be more efficient, but we'll see. Anyone from Asheville Road project? Oh, Phyllis, it's you as well.
Yes, it is. Again, my name is Phyllis Galloway. I am the right-of-way agent, and we are requesting a grant of location to install 258 feet of conduit in Asheville Road. This work is necessary to provide underground electric service to the new development off Asheville Road in Brookline.
Has this work been completed or is this yet?
No, it isn't. No, it has not been completed.
Great. Excellent. Take us on through the list. Beacon Street, Tappan Street, and Hammond Street.
Sure. In Tappan Street, that job is completed I was told that someone from the town will be speaking in regard to that project.
Is that Rob King?
I'm happy to jump in here. Evening, Chairperson Hamilton. Rob King, Director of Engineering and Transportation, Town of Brookline. Evening to the board. For this Tappan Street request, this is a grant of location necessary to provide conduit from a pole to a proposed transformer on the Cypress Playground site that will ultimately be needed to support power for the future park.
Seems worthwhile. Let's move on to Tappan Street and Hammond Street.
That was Tappan Street.
That was Tappan.
Oh, that was Tappan.
And
My
Beacon Street's
apologies.
been,
No problem.
Completed.
Okay. Oh, Hammond Street has been completed.
No, Beacon Street.
Oh, Beacon Street has been
Correct.
completed. Okay. And then Hammond Street.
Who said Beacon Street was completed?
I thought that's what you said. Okay.
No, Warren Street.
Only Warren.
Ah, okay. Thank you.
Warren, Warren Street. Yeah. Okay,
do
so
you wanna talk about Hammond?
I have nothing on Hammond.
That would be me, Madam Chair. Ryan Earl, Community Relations Specialist for the town of Brookline on behalf of Eversource. I'm going to turn it over to Dom Rinaldi to explain the conduit installation on Hammond Pond Parkway.
Thank you.
Good evening,
Hi, Dominic.
Hi, Madam Chairperson. How are you?
Good to see you.
Good to see you too. So as Ryan said, my name is Dominic Rinaldi with BSC Group. We're the engineers and surveyors on the Hammond Street and Hammond Pond Parkway project. If you'd like, I can do a screen share if you need it. Let me know. But basically, this is part of a somewhat larger project that starts down on Hammond Pond Parkway to provide cathodic protection to existing transmission lines in Hammond Street. They're looking to put in basically two conduits from the area right off the traffic circle there to the existing pipe type cable. That's what PTC stands for, if you notice that in your notes. And another one to an existing manhole in Hammond Street. So it's part of an overall larger project to protect the existing transmission lines.
Great. I think that was all the necessary information that we need in order to come to a conclusion. Devin, anyone indicate that they want to make a public comment about any of these grants of location?
I want to confirm that no one signed up in advance for these public hearings. At this time, there are 30 attendees and no one is using the hand raise or Q&A feature to indicate they'd like to make a comment.
Great. John, did you want to make a comment? Phyllis,
Excuse me, Madam Chair, we didn't speak about the Beacon Street.
Okay, please do that and then I'll recognize John.
Okay, so Beacon Street, we're requesting a grant of location to install approximately 53 feet of conduit and one new manhole in Beacon Street in Brookline. This work is necessary to provide network upgrade and system reliability in the Beacon Street area.
Great, thank you.
You're welcome.
John?
Yes, thanks. I think this is a question for Rob King. And it's based on an observation. And if my observation is not correct, I'm happy to be corrected. I have noticed as I drive around town that work that is done, especially when it's done sort of in the center of a street or just off center of a street, tends to be covered over when the job is done, to me, in the most haphazard of fashion, without regard to whether the patch looks like a patch instead of like a restored road surface. And we end up with streets that are both, they are not suitable in any way in terms of restoration of the surface of the street to a drivable condition, without regard to whether there are dips and whether there is uneven surface and whether there is piled up asphalt that is barely smoothed out. And it looks like, I won't say the word, but beyond looking like that, it just isn't what we should expect at the end of this type of work. And I'm wondering, have I just been observing something that is unrelated to what's before us? And is there anything that we can do to get better road conditions at the end of these projects than we are getting right now?
Thank you for the question. Through the chair, so I'm going to answer the question two ways. One, obviously, if it's a town infrastructure project, all of that work within our purview, and we would have crews out there to do that permanent trench patch or the full roadway restoration after the water, sewer, stormwater work is done. In this instance, if you're speaking about electric work or gas work specifically, what I would say is both of the contractors that would do work for those companies, what they would be installing and what you are potentially seeing is what I'll typically refer to as a temporary trench patch. That is done to allow the trenches to settle. Typically, it will be in place for 1, 2, 3 months. After that trench has had a chance to settle, DPU, the Department of Utilities, which is a state agency, they regulate the requirements that those utility companies have to come back in and do a permanent trench patch. Both instances, one, if anybody, members of the select board or anybody in the public, if you see a trench that is not in the condition that it should be in, please call the engineering department or send us an email. We're happy to go put eyes on it. We know who owns all of them and who is responsible for the restoration of them, and we can hold the companies accountable to deliver on those patches. So temporary trench patches should absolutely be safe. They should absolutely be drivable. But when a permanent trench patch is applied, it should essentially be a new portion of that existing roadway. So I'm happy to look at this location specifically and get back to you with opinions on that.
Hammond Street.
Hammond. So Hammond Street, if it's the location that I'm thinking of, that was a town project. I spoke to the water and sewer director as recently as, it was today. Days are blending together, and the contractor is planning their permanent trench patch. That was water work that was done in Hammond Street. So again, we'll take a look at it, and again, to you and the rest of the public, if there are any issues or questions, please, we're always happy to answer them. Thank you.
Thanks, Rob.
Always trying to do more with less.
Indeed.
Any questions from select board members? And just one more time, anyone from the public?
There is no public comment at this time.
Great. I will close the public hearing and then move the vote of the language to be voted. Any select board member comments before I do that? Seeing none, I will go back to the language. Let's take Warren Street. I move approving the request from NStar Electric, doing business as Eversource Energy, to provide a new underground electric service to 525 Warren Street. New conduit in Warren Street is proposed to run a northeasterly from pole 9-2, approximately 160 feet southeast of Heath Street, a distance of about 39 feet to private property at 525 Warren Street. All those in favor? Bernard?
Aye.
Raul?
Aye.
John?
Aye.
Miriam?
Aye.
And the chair votes aye. Next is Asheville Road. I move approving the request from NSTAR Electric doing business as Eversource Energy to install underground conduit in Asheville Road, proposed to run southwesterly 10 feet from P171-5 fence turning and running 248 feet southwesterly, a distance of approximately 258 feet to a new development off Asheville Road. All those in favor, Bernard?
Aye.
Raul?
Aye.
John?
Aye.
Miriam?
Aye.
And the chair votes aye. Beacon Street, I move approving a request from NSTAR Electric doing business as Eversource Energy to install a new manhole in Beacon Street and new conduit that is proposed to run northeasterly and northwesterly, a distance of about 53 feet from manhole 17057, approximately 202 feet southwest of Englewood Avenue to private property at 1856 Beacon Street. All those in favor, Bernard?
Aye.
Raul?
Aye.
John?
Aye.
Miriam?
Aye.
And the chair votes aye. Tappan Street, I move approving a request from NSTAR Electric doing business as Eversource Energy to provide a new underground electric service to Cypress Field. New conduit in Tappan Street is proposed to run northerly from pole 2533, approximately 100 feet west of Cypress Street to Cypress Field. All those in favor, Bernard?
Aye.
Raul?
Aye.
John?
Aye.
Miriam?
Aye.
And the chair votes aye. Finally, Hammond Street. I move approving the request from NSTAR Electric doing business as Eversource Energy to provide cathodic protection for Eversource's existing transmission lines at Hammond Street. New conduit in Hammond Street is proposed to run northwesterly and westerly from existing manhole 18054 near the intersection with Hammond Pond Parkway, a distance of about 30 feet to Hammond Pond Parkway, and easterly from Hammond Pond Parkway, a distance of about 65 feet to existing PTC lines. All those in favor, Bernard?
Aye.
Raul?
Aye.
John?
Aye.
Miriam?
Aye.
And the chair votes aye. Thank you very much for your patience.
Thank you
Thank you,
very
board
much.
members.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Okay, now moving into departmental budget reviews. I understand that we have the superintendent of schools, Linus Guillory, and school committee member Valerie Frias.
Good evening, Madam Chair.
Valerie, you might be flying solo for
No,
just
but
a second.
Linus was in the.
Okay.
It's Dr. Guillory. Yeah, I was gonna say, I saw him in the attendee list. I know I did.
We're promoting Dr. Guillory. Welcome.
Good evening, everyone.
Good evening.
So glad to be here with you, and I will follow suit and begin sharing the screen with you all.
Great, thank you.
So tonight we're here to give you an update on where we stand as a district with our current budget. So our agenda tonight will cover the administration and finance team, noting the new folks that we have on board, the FY23 budget timeline and drivers, as well as looking beyond the FY23 budget. So take a look at our team. So we've reinvigorated the admin and finance team. We have Sam Rippon as our new Deputy Superintendent of Admin and Finance. He brings 33 years of experience, including 20 in Massachusetts public schools. We have Kiana Price as our new program manager. She brings 6 years of experience in the Boston public schools. Donna Chisholm has been with us 3 years now as our budget analyst and accounts payable manager. And she brings 18 years or has 18 years of experience in the public schools. We have Renan Asunako, who's in a new role as the budget analyst and payroll manager, and he has 6 years of experience in the public school system. Melissa Salsa is a new payroll specialist, and she brings to us 13 years of experience. And then we have Peggy Lee, who's been in our system for 22 years as the accounts payable head clerk. Some achievements that we'd like to highlight for fiscal year 22 to date. Our reporting, first of all, we've improved our quarterly reports. As many of you may have seen, the new layout and design for our PSB budget book, which many have commented on the levels of transparency that it offers. Fund seeking, we are looking for additional funds to assist us. $200,000 in some new grants, $800,000 in medical reimbursements, increased circuit, and also increased our circuit breaker by an additional $800,000. We have just talked with you about the management structure. We're also rebuilding our revolving fund oversight as well as forecasting, and working on greater coordination with our Medco grant, which is again one of our largest at just around 2 million plus, working to really coordinate and utilize those funds efficiently. We're certainly looking at our operational efficiencies, outsourcing referee payments, as well as restructured our procurement card process this school year. In terms of compliance, we're making sure that overdue reports are getting cleared and removed out of the system, as well as we've implemented a mandated a requirement that our expense warrants are signed and reviewed by our school committee, and that's something that hasn't been happening prior to this school year. And we're certainly working with our town partners on staff and munis upgrades, as well as recreational MOAs. As we look at our budget drivers, we recognize that this is certainly the highest inflation rate that we've seen in decades. Our contractual obligations, salaries are 87% of our budget. 95% of our staff are unionized, and 66% of that staff sits in our teachers union unit alone. There was a nearly flat town funding from fiscal year 21 to 22. We recognize that we were all experiencing the pandemic together in that regard. But what that did for us is our costs certainly will continue to increase as everyone else's. So we had to rely heavily on one-time funds to maintain, instead of drastically cutting programming in the FY22 school year, which is where we are now. So that means that looking at FY23 right now, it carries with it a legacy structural deficit. As we look at our programmatic drivers, our staffing support to again look at pandemic recovery, how do we continue supporting the academic and social emotional needs, as well as hedge ourselves against enrollment uncertainty. There was no new programming added or no programming removed. Certainly as a new leadership team, we're still very actively in our fact-finding mode. And as our system continues to expand and contract, we make changes, we need to make sure we understand the impact of those. I've met with many of you through the entry planning process, which is our precursor to the strategic plan, which was first submitted to school committee. The findings were submitted in March. And so with the fact finding, that surfaced some immediate needs that we've now identified here. So through the entry planning process, that's more than 100 individual meetings, which represents more than 430 stakeholders, community stakeholders, looking at district data as well as school observations and school visits. What we've come up with is an initial list and a $1 million request of ask for this upcoming budget year. We certainly recognize the need for greater fiscal accountability and responsibility. And based on the feedback that we've received, we've scaled that request back to include just the 13 positions that are listed here, which are, in my visits to schools, the first grade teachers, shared that they had lost resources over the course of years, and that was to the tune of paraprofessionals to assist in all of the first grade classrooms. Right now, there are ratios of shared paras to support our first grade teachers. The need for an additional FTE in our English learner office, because right now it's an office of one, and certainly Brookline's international population, the demands and needs for English language education exceeds the capacity of one individual full-time director. And then certainly the need for the equity work that's very prevalent in our schools and community. We've hit the ground running with doing some great work this year, but certainly need more support to handle the supply and demand there. Certainly looking at the impact of COVID on our academic and mental health needs, what we've seen is a drop in MCAS scores across the board. And we've already shared publicly about our MCAS results for this year. But again, this slide seeks to highlight the achievement gaps are disproportionately increased in almost all of our subgroups. And so that includes our students of color, our students with disability, our language learners, and our emotional disadvantaged groups. And then certainly, again, the mental health needs continue to impact learning for all. This slide communicates where we've been or our journey with enrollment. So if we go back to the 15-16 school year, our district enrollment was around 7,700, and we hovered there for a number of years, peaking at 7,855 students in the 18-19 school year. And then in the 19-20 school year, our enrollment stood at 7,777 students. And then the pandemic occurs, or comes in March of 20. In the following school year, our enrollment dropped to 6,891. This school year, and the next school year, 21-22, enrollment creeped up slightly to 6,922. And as we look at forecasting for 22-23, where we currently sit is at 7,035 students. We're predicting that we will fall somewhere between 7,000 and 7,300 students. So somewhere in this lower cone of uncertainty. The high range here is from the Cropper-McGibbon reports that Brookline had previously paid for, but again, those reports were rendered invalid whenever you have some type of natural disaster. Pandemic certainly qualifies for that, but it does serve as a reference point of prior to the pandemic, what trajectory we were on as an organization. So looking at a low point, a single point number on the low side, 7,000, roughly 7,000 or just north of 7,000 students. A mid-range looking at 7,200 students. And then I think an unrealistic projection of nearly 8,000 students. So as we think about our staffing patterns, our goals are to provide academic, again, support and recovery, accommodate enrollment and certainty, and then provide equitable education experiences aligned to our core values. So when we think about our staffing levels, the school committee historical guidelines or guidance has been in grades K through 2, no more than 22 students, but that may be exceeded. In grades 3 through 8, no more than 25 students, but that may also be exceeded. And then looking at our staffing goal for this school year, we were looking for an average of 19 students in the K-8s. We actualized or materialized around 18 as an average number. And then our goal for the FY23 is to return to pre-pandemic class averages. So again, taking a look at a staffing range that aligns with pre-pandemic settings, And these are our actual enrollment numbers here to the left, where our total numbers here. And the takeaway that we want you to see is that in this mid-range, again, this is looking at 22-23, at 7,200 students, that's roughly in our K-8 section, about 246 sections. And what that means is that on average, we'll have about 19 students per section are within those sections. And so that range could fall anywhere from 16 to 23 students. This was our initial budget proposal with the first round of reductions. And so what that allowed for us was enrollment uncertainty. And then with recognizing that as a public school system, all students we have to take all students that live within our boundaries. Again, continued pandemic recovery with smaller class sizes. And at this point, all of our staffing adjustments could have been managed solely through attrition. We received feedback that, again, we needed to go back and look for greater efficiencies. And so in doing so, where we presently stand is a further reduction in the number of projected sections. But again, realizing I don't want us to get so hung up on the sections aspect more so than actually recovering or getting down to that level of staffing or reducing that number of staffing. The big takeaway here is if it's done all at the K-8 in terms of sections, this is going to have a reduced ability to manage enrollment uncertainty, reduced capacity for pandemic recovery, and then adjustments at this point cannot solely be made by attrition. And so this means that at this point we've entered layoff land, and we'll have to notify if any professional status teachers are going to lose their role positions. We have to notify them by May 15th, and any non-professional students, we are contractually obligated to notify them by June 15th. This slide, I think we talked about in text earlier, but just again shows the flat funding for FY 21 to 22, but then also noticing that the one-time ESSER funds were utilized to bridge that gap as well as provide additional support. And so when we look at our FY 23 budget request now, we're at 128 million. We still have some ESSER funds, our circuit breaker, and then materials fees monies that brings our total budget in at 132 million. So our LEA request as of March 24th is at 128.1. Originally, we were at 130.6. And we noted that if the FY 22, and again, this is a big if because we were in pandemic, if the FY 22 budget had increased by 3, that would have put us in our normal line trajectory to actually be at a, theoretically, if the numbers worked out as we would have predicted, would have put us at the 128 number for this upcoming school year. So when we look at our budget drivers and adjustments quantified with impact, so our FY 22 LEA appropriation, our appropriation from the town is 121. I share with you the $1 million essentially request of staffing positions, 5% inflation on non-personnel costs, the structural deficit pieces that have been bridged by the ESSER funds, our collective bargaining turnover savings at 500,000, and then our collective bargaining, including steps and lanes, our increase there at 5.2 million. We came up with an initial budget request of 130.6 million. When we went back and said, in response to the find more efficiencies and reductions and those types of things, we pulled 420,000 out of this $1 million for the strategic, for the immediate findings. We reduced 14 sections or 14 staff, I'll call it staff versus sections, out of the K-8s at $1,050,000. There were some funds that we adjusted, requested for out of financial service fees and legal services, $200,000. We saw that we had an overage in the science materials request at $100,000. And then we made further reductions at the K-8 level to say if we pull another 10 FTE out, that would recognize $750,000 savings as an estimate. And that brings us now to our current budget request of $128 million. And so again, the impact is reduced ability. If there's a big surge back to the public schools of Brookline, we would have limited capacity there or reduced capacity. And then at this point, certainly adjustments cannot be managed solely through attrition. And that means that potentially new hires being reduced. But again, we haven't done that level of work, but our runway is very short for doing that. And so right now we're still at a $3.3 million budget gap. So again, our current appropriation from the town is 124.8, and our current gap sits at 3.3. So when we look at FY23, we've exhausted what we believe are our non-personnel reductions. Closing the gap without any additional financial assistance would mean roughly an additional 44 possible educators on top of the 24 that we've already taken out. So that puts us in the mid 60s to 70s range when we talk about closing this solely through staffing. We would need to, this type of reduction again would move our K-8 management of enrollment to a severe category, meaning classes beginning full or potentially over-enrolled. K-8 class sizes, an average of 23 with a range of 21 to 28 students. Our previously highest average was 21. And then also looking at what impact, or we would have to certainly turn to our high school to look at programming impacts there. Ironically, or interestingly enough, our high school has not experienced an enrollment dip. They are essentially in the ballpark of where they were prior to the pandemic. And again, that these adjustments cannot be solely managed by attrition. For looking at FY24 and beyond, we'll continue working to look for efficiencies because we recognize that FY 2024 also, the structural deficit is carrying. So that means that we need to start having conversations without additional funds to carry us, our existing organizational structure, that we'll have to start thinking about what are we reducing, what services are we no longer going to be able to provide. We'll certainly continue innovating to say, how can we do things better? But that type of change, or that this wide scale level of change, would have unknown impacts, I think at this time is the best way to say it. We're engaged in some systematic reviews, what's currently working, what needs to work. So we've already initiated a special education review. That review has come back saying, actually, your special education structure needs more staff. In terms of management structure, we are also undergoing a middle school review right now for our middle grades, because that's where we see a population dip when we look at enrollment trends over time when students are transitioning to that middle school. But at the high school, they come back in. And I shared our English language education review that's currently underway as part of a state review. We'll continue identifying the funding for the capital and maintenance needs. I think we've heard quite a bit about that already. And working towards longer term budget predictability and long-term financial planning. This is something that we are very committed to doing, to understand how a system or an organization like Brookline, the public schools of Brookline, has struggled with its budget in recent years. And so we're certainly looking to work to solve that problem. And then right now, a $2 million placeholder in terms of what we were just saying about long-term forecasting and strategic planning work. But these costs will need to be better defined or justified. And an independent placement, thinking about overrides. I think I heard some conversation about that in an earlier context of the meeting. And so with that, we'll want to say that we've made what we feel is significant progress in less than 9 months, and certainly developing a strategic plan and educational plan for the future. We have made some reductions in staff to get us back to sort of our pre-pandemic levels. The budget has been reduced. The initial budget request has been reduced by $2.5 million, but we still have a $3.3 million gap. And cutting an additional $3.3 million will certainly have dire impacts on our organization. And those are there. But we'll, again, continue working. Mel has been a great partner and thought partner in how the town can assist. And certainly, the initial request, I think, came in, the initial appropriation from the town came in at 124, and Mel worked to get us an additional, I think, about $800,000 that brought it up to the 124.8, looking at state and federal funding, additional opportunities there. So with that, I'll stop sharing, and hopefully I didn't go too far over, but I think I did in terms of my presentation.
You did, but we'll forgive you. It's 60% of our budget. I have a number of questions, but I want to see if members of the select board have any questions before I start firing away. Miriam.
Okay, so thank you, Linus, for this very much. One of the things I think that needs to be emphasized, and I need to hear from you that you really understand this, is that, to me, filling this one-time gap just further perpetuates the structural deficit. And I agree, an override is part of this discussion, but there is uncertainty with an override. So what happens? I think I said this when we were reviewing ARPA proposals, hope is not a plan. And so I need to really hear the understanding that this is a Band-Aid, that you really acknowledge that. And I want to give you the leeway. I do think 9 months is still very new. I do think you are getting your feet under you. I need to hear a little bit more about what the actual plan is in the event that, because this just perpetuates the structural deficit, which we have our own problems with in our own budget. So anyways, I think I've asked my question. I should stop talking.
So before you address that, Dr. Guillory, I have a similar question. So why don't we just see what the questions are, and then so John, and then I have a couple of questions, I'm sure, Raul and Bernard. John?
Yes, and thank you, Dr. Guillory, very much. I'm very impressed with the team you've assembled. I'm very impressed with how you have put together this budget and presented it. On the other hand, I do find one crucial piece of information missing, and that would be how many full-time equivalent teachers are there in the FY23 budget that you've presented to us?
If you happen to know that number right off the top of your head, you can feel free to answer. Otherwise, I'm going to keep going around the room. Bernard or John, do you have any questions before? I think I've got like 3. Oh, sorry.
I
Bernard.
don't really have a question. I do appreciate the fact that Dr. Guillory did something that wasn't done in previous years, and that is not start from the values of the school system and in there, but rather he talked about our budget in the context of values. And I found that very, very helpful. The budget, really defines values and whether you can meet those values. And we can't talk about the values without the realities of budget, if that's clear. But at any rate, I appreciated that. I may have a couple questions later, but just
Okay.
wanted to get that out.
Thank you. Raul?
Yeah, I have some thoughts on this that I'll hold for our conversation in just a minute. I think the one question that I had was, we've heard throughout this process about the impact on educators of color should these cuts need to be made. I wonder if there's any way to quantify that. I don't imagine where these cuts exactly would be made at this point, only that they need be made based on the budget. But if there's any way to for you to reflect on that, I think that would be helpful. That's it.
Okay, so let me just say a few things. It is very difficult to balance a budget under Prop 2.5, which is it's the law where we can't raise taxes more than 2.5% per year, besides new growth. So what does that mean? That means that we don't even keep up with inflation. And that's not even, under this financial scenario. This was in good times. Inflation was more than 2.5% most of the time for the past 30, 40 years. So we have a structural deficit. Dr. Guillory touched on it, that nearly 90% of the school budget is staff. And out of the entire pie of town and school, the schools get about 60% of town money to operate. So when the pandemic hit, we were facing dire budgetary cuts, and a number of town side departments were cut about 10% per each department, and I think there are about 15 departments. So the fact that the schools were level funded is a miracle that they were not hit with the 10% reduction. So I get that it's frustrating, but it's also frustrating for the five of us who speak for the town side and not just the school side. I got my start in town by working on operational overrides and some of the debt exclusion. And I have to tell you that I have started to hear rumblings from people who were diehard override supporters that they would not vote for another operational override. There's a growing thought that the schools just don't handle their money responsibly because they keep coming back to the town. Now, I understand there's a structural deficit, but enrollment is down. At some point, there is going to be voter fatigue, and we won't be able to go back to the voters. So to Miriam's point, I got to know what your plan A and your plan B is, because trying to come to the town every single year for $3 or $4 million, it's not sustainable. So one of my questions is, year over year, with the steps and lanes and the cost of living adjustment, depending on your staff headcount, approximately how much money is that? Like what is that structural deficit? And then my next question is about the Remote Learning Academy, but I'll hold that until we kind of have a broad discussion about the deficit.
Heather, do you want us to start answering some of these, or do you want to go through all of them?
Yes, let's turn it over to you and Dr. Guillory. You have the floor now.
All right, thank you. Val, do you want to kick off? And also Devin, Sam Rippon, my deputy of admin and finance, is in the audience. If you could promote him, he could give us some insight onto some of the specifics in terms of the numbers.
I first wanted to speak to Miriam's point. We understand that the ARPA funds are one-time funds. We've discussed that at the school committee level with the superintendent and with the community, and fully recognize that that is in fact a Band-Aid, which then goes, Heather, to what you were talking about, which is an override. and a large structural deficit. I'll let Sam talk about the numbers specifically, but we would then have to have a conversation with you all and hopefully collaborate with you all and with the town to think through our priorities and hopefully minimize the cuts to the programming that our students and our community deserve and are accustomed to.
If I assume that you want to hear from me now, and I'm happy to speak. Just to recap in a brief way, when Linus and I arrived, we inherited the F-22 budget that was built on a $5 million of ESSER funds, ESSER 2 and 3. And that's one-time money, as you all know. And so that defines the structural deficit going into, all things being equal, going into F-23. Fortunately, what we've been able to do is to cut that deficit down going in almost in half to $3 million. And in fact, that's the driver, $3 million, as Heather had indicated. Even if we had no structural deficit, the natural growth of our budget outstrips the cap of revenue growth under Prop 2.5. So even though we had a $3 million deficit driver, we had a $5.8 million deficit because of the, again, the growth outstripping the natural growth. Through reductions, we're down to 3.3 million, which is currently the deficit. I will say that still has reliance, not $5 million in ESSER, but $1 million in ESSER for F-23, because the question asked was, what structural deficit is built, assuming this budget balances going forward into 24? On our side, it would be $1 million, which is a vast improvement over the 5 million. And I'll stop there, but that's the status of the budget and the deficits from 22 to 23 to 24.
And Sam, there was also a question about if you know the number of FTEs. I think John asked about the teacher FTEs in the upcoming budget. I don't have my book up here with me.
And I don't, I mean, I'd be speaking off the cuff, which I really wouldn't like to do. We'll get back to you. I apologize.
No worries. But Sam, you bring up a very important point that I was remiss not to bring up, which is the reduction in Chapter 70 money. And what's the other one? Was ESSER just one time? There was another bucket of state money that the states typically get that was also reduced.
The state provides two major forms of revenue to the town. One is Chapter 70, which is the education aid formula, and the other is the unrestricted general government aid. And both of those were very minimal, if not reduced from the prior year.
Do we know why they were reduced?
I don't think they actually were reduced, but after you take into consideration the other side of the state revenue, which is our MBTA assessment, the overall net state aid was reduced. The unrestricted government aid is built on a growth factor in the state revenue, and I think it's way low compared to what I've seen the revenue growth in the state. Chapter 70, we're considered to be a minimum aid community, and the governor is only providing, I think, was it like $30 or $50?
Correct, $30 per foundation pupil. That is correct.
So really just very minimal. We're hoping that the House and the state will increase those numbers, but as I've mentioned before, we just can't be sure about that until we see it, how it plays out.
So we should assume that's our new normal.
Yeah, I'll add that the House budget comes out tomorrow, Heather, so we'll have a little bit of a better sense. But if there's an increase, historically, it's been in the very low six-figure, like the $100,000 range of an increase when the legislature does something in excess of what the governor's proposed, not in the millions.
Thank you. That's very useful. I don't want to hold the schools accountable for something that is really controlled by the state, but I'm glad we're having this conversation about what to do about a structural deficit, because, we can address this year's, but I think what we're starting to bump up against is that we all have our own opinions about what that means for the next 5 to 10 years. I think to count on overrides going forward, I don't know whether or not that is a permanent solution. I think it could work for a while, but I think eventually it won't. Miriam has her hand up, so I'm going to call on her.
I wanted to say that I think for this year, I think this is not the year to say, nope, you got to fix this. This is just not the year for that. There's so many deep, complex needs happening in our community. To layer this on just seems like I can't do it. So I think you all know I've been very invested in how we're spending the ARPA funds, and I would feel comfortable. In fact, I would advocate for using what we have of the ARPA funds to close the gap for this year, fully understanding and feeling comfortable that Dr. Gilroy and his team get that this is in fact a Band-Aid, but this is the year we need the Band-Aid. I just feel like this is the year we got to stop the bleeding and then take stock, and that's happening. And so I'm going to advocate for my role on the select board that we do, in fact, we have these proposals. We can talk about this Friday. We can talk about it next Tuesday, but we should just take one school proposal, give them the 3.3 or whatever the number ends up being, and get rid of the HVAC, get rid of the capital, just give them the money, let them figure out the best places it needs to go, knowing that this is not the solution for the future.
I want to recognize Raul, and then I have some comments about the town school partnership. Raul?
Thanks, Heather. Thanks, Linus and Val and Sam and others for being here. So I actually want to echo what Miriam just said. I understand all of the issues that Heather is concerned about now and into the future. We simply, I feel like we continue having this conversation over and over again on the town side of the budget, never mind on the school side of the budget, by the way, which is all our budget. And this deficit is going to be there unless we do something meaningful to address it. If an override goes on the ballot and enough voters show up to defeat it, talk about cutting your nose to spite your face. That means a reduction in services over time. That means a diminishment of all the things that we believe makes Brookline a great place to live. And there's no other way around it at this point. Barring some significant Kendall Square kind of development moving into the Boylston Street corridor that John's been working on, this issue is going to stay with us. I think we have an opportunity as a select board to end the uncertainty and the anxiety a week from today, and that we can do exactly what Miriam just suggested, is to take that number, that 3.3, fund it through ARPA. I'm not recommending funding anything else for the schools except that. But I will say, I think Miriam said something offhand, was about let them figure out how to spend it. We've been told by the school committee exactly what will happen if we do not make this money available. I want to make sure that if we do make this money available, that none of that happens, meaning that all of those educators' jobs are preserved. And that also, I'm assuming that within the fund, the request that's being given to us, the next contract is funded as part of that as well. And so what I want to make sure is that as those negotiations continue and things, I want to say something also too about the contract and just about wages in general, is I've come to the conclusion that I just don't believe in bargaining against wages, and that we should really think about what it means to have people work for us and how much they should get paid for the work that they do, and bake that in so that the increases that they get are reasonable and predictable. And I believe that for police and for fire, as well as for educators and for everybody else that works for the town, whether they're in a union or not. I think people just need to know, whether or not, what their salary is going to be 5 years from now, likely to be anyway, and to adjust for inflation and things like that. We have to start doing that. There have been, and I agree with folks that have been critical of the select board and the school committee, there have been too many lapses between contracts. It's just, that's not working either. And that's not helpful in discussions for us to think about what the budget's going to look like when we don't exactly know what we're going to be paying the folks who work for the town. So that's a problem. It's our problem. And I think we need to fix it. So that's it. Last thing I'll say is just how much I appreciate all the educators that show up today. You can't call yourself an excellent school system if you have educators who feel like they're not well compensated, well respected, or valued as part of what it is that we're doing here. And that's something that we need to fix. And this budget needs to be part of fixing that.
So Bernard has his hand up. John also told me that he wants to say something. Let me just say something. This is something that the select board has been struggling with for almost the entire time I've been on the select board. And one of the keys to it is the town school partnership. And one of the recommendations out of the BFAC report was for the town school partnership to meet more regularly than twice a year. I served on an override study committee in 2017 to 18, and I have to say, I was pretty underwhelmed at the process. And I really don't see the point in going through that again. So I want to do something different. And I think I want to try to use the town school partnership as a vehicle for us to talk about, the limitations and the give and take on the town and the school side, and then to really talk about what an override would be that's not just schools, that also has components of the town as part of it as well. So those are my thoughts. Let me call on John and then Bernard.
Thanks very much. And I'm sorry that my question about the number of FTE, full-time equivalent teachers in the system, was not one that was prepared for tonight. And I'll just sort of say, so that's not going to be a problem in the future. Every time we discuss the school budget, you're going to hear me asking, and how many teachers are in this budget? And here's why. Just as the education budget is the largest part of what we do as a town, Brookline, the teacher payroll is the largest part of the school budget. So whenever we're pinched by a school budget in any given year, I want to know how many teachers are in that budget. And, is it a number that is on trend? Is it consistent with where we have been in past years? Or is it possible that we have seen experienced a decline, in the number of students per teacher. So I'm going to just quickly zip through some numbers. 2014, we had 13.5 students per teacher. 2015, we had 13.0 students per teacher. 2016, we had 12.8. 2017, we had 12.6. 2018, we had 12.5. 2019, we had 12.2. And I'm going to jump forward to FY 21, the 21-22 school year, because we all know what happened during COVID. So we get to the 21-22 school year, and we're at 11. And 11 versus a trend that was 12.5 to as high as 13.5. Those numbers are significant. That trend accounts for a lot of increase in the costs of your school system. And because I asked for the number of teachers in the system, with that number, we could compare that to our enrollment and we could figure out what the number in the FY23 budget is. Is it the same as the year 21-22, which is 11? Is it a little less? Is it a little more? Are we getting maybe a little bit back towards when we had 12.5 students, 13 students per teacher? I need to know this, and I need to know what impact it has on the budget if we are still at 11.0 2 years into COVID. So that's the reason I asked that question.
Bernard.
Yeah, just one question. We're talking about giving the schools $3.3 million to fix their budget deficit from the Arpa money. I guess I agree with that. I guess the question is, they haven't asked for it for that purpose. Where?
So one of the proposals was for the SR replacement money. Basically, what you see is a lesser number because John reviewed that proposal and recommended a lesser amount, excuse me. So the proposal is there. It was there.
Okay, so we don't need to ask them to
No,
give another.
we just need to say, we're going to fund this at the original ask.
Okay, I think I want to go along with Raul's comment that, let's make sure that it's used for that purpose.
I think that's fair.
Yeah. If we don't have to get them to reapply, just make sure we have something in writing that ensures that it's used for that purpose as opposed to.
Can I directly respond?
Yes, Miriam.
Okay. So from what I'm hearing, one of the things we'll do at our meeting Friday is we'll take all the other school proposals out. We'll restore the SR request to 3.3 and leave that in for the school proposal for the ARPA money.
Let me turn to Val and see if that's the will of the school committee and the schools.
Switching all of that money to be flexible, that was the original ask of the school. So we would certainly be inclined to that. And John, I wanted to get back to your question. I turned my camera off for a second so I could pull up my budget book. And my apologies, I'm looking at budget book 1.0 and not 1.1. But our FTEs in Unit A, which are the bulk of our teachers, was 837.53. Paraprofessional is 247.45. And Dr. Guillory and I actually talked about our ratio that you mentioned, and we compared ourselves against the state for that entire span that you talked about, and we also looked at ourselves against peer communities like Newton and Wellesley and Cambridge. And Dr. Guillory, I don't know if you have those numbers with you, but when we were looking at them, in fact, there were years where we were higher than the state average. And we were right on par with our neighbors in Newton, and we were in fact higher than Cambridge in most years.
Val, I'm sure it's not benefit to anybody to get into a dispute over the numbers. I'm looking at the student teacher ratios from DESE 2021, 2022, Brookline 11, state 11.9. In other words, more like 12. So I don't know why there's a difference between what you're seeing and what I'm seeing as DESE numbers, which are reported to the state by Brookline, but I'm just reading what the DESE numbers are.
So we're going to take this conversation offline because it's 20 minutes of 10 and we still have like 6 warrant articles to review tonight. So any final comments from the schools?
Just again, want to thank you all tonight for your consideration, your feedback, and your support. We are all here for the same purpose, to make sure that our students are educated well, to make sure that we do have the appropriate staffing to deliver on the Brookline promise. And we'll continue to get better at this as our time rolls on. So again, thank you all for your support.
Great, thank you so much, and especially for staying at this hour.
Thank you.
Heather, can I say one last thing?
Yes, of course.
Find a way, please, to restore the guidance counselor position to the ACE program. It is a phenomenal program and one that showed amazing promise. And for some reason, resources were pulled away from that program. Folks like in Brookline for Racial Justice and Equity, myself included, warned against doing it. And what we've seen is a precipitous decline in the outcomes, specifically college attendance in that program. It is, I think, a half FTE that needs to be restored there. I'm happy to support an additional $3.3 million for the school. I'm happy to end the uncertainty around this, but please, like, restore the funding to that program. It is phenomenal, and it deserves to have more funding, not less. And so if anything you could do to make that happen, I know that's within the purview of the school committee and the school department, but this is my plea on that. Please restore that funding.
Great, thank you so much. So, my apologies, we still have two departmental budget reviews, unclassified debt and interest and capital improvement plan. Both will be presented by Melissa. Miriam.
Good evening. I promise I will be brief.
Melissa, before you do, Miriam would like to say something.
Yeah, I'm sorry, but I'm going to make my apologies. I have just been fighting a migraine for the past hour, and I've lost, and I really need to go lay down. So I'm sorry, Melissa. I will listen to the recording. Thank you.
Do what you need to do.
Be well.
Okay, Melissa.
Okay. So a lot of this is pretty familiar to the board because we have presented the CIP, the preliminary CIP in December, and then also the budget presentation also included the CIP. So let me just pull up my presentation and I will be right with you. So just providing an update on kind of where we are now that the financial plan is out and that the advisory committee has done most of the reviews. This is just a reminder of the funding components of the capital plan. So we look at our prior year net revenue and we have a target of 6% between operating revenue and free cash. And then within that, we try to have goals for our debt financed and our tax financed CIP. And then our free cash gets us to 7.5% of prior year net revenue. This is a reminder of some of the projects that were currently in the plan. So Pierce and Fire, those are two projects that were listed in the plan, but we likely will not seek authorization until we have more information about the numbers, which would likely happen in the fall. Fire station renovation project is up to 60 million because of the some of the requirements to make that as close to net zero as we can. That's been an ongoing discussion with the advisory committee and with the fire department. Pierce School, we're looking to potentially get a debt exclusion in November as well. So it looks like the two of those projects will be around the same time frame. We have our classroom capacity item, which is supporting the leases in the schools. We have a couple of traffic related projects. The major project on Washington Street, the Complete Streets project, which has a pretty substantial state match. Willow Pond environmental remediation, and then fire engine replacement. And the full plan is linked here, and this will be part of the packet after the presentation's over. So just to give the board a flavor of what the revenue or cash finance CIP includes for fiscal 23, we have a lot of great projects that are being funded with these funds. Most of these are kind of regular recurring, and then we do have some new projects like the bike access and traffic calming. Those are specific projects that have been filtered through the plan. We've got some public safety locker room improvements across the street at the public safety building for a grand total of $8.9 million. And so you can see of that, we were very happy that we got a really good free cash certification because $6.8 million out of that 8.9 is being funded with free cash. And then $2.1 million is coming from the property tax. That's a little bit lower than historically we've had because of some of the pressures that we're facing through the CIP related to absorbing the Alston settlement in fiscal 23. That will be the first year that we're making those payments. One project that did pop out as we were going through the review was the BHS public address system replacement. At the time of building the plan, there was uncertainty as to whether or not the high school project could cover this. And because it was related to public safety, you know, making sure the PA system works is an important component of a building. We put it in the plan and hoped that they could work it out with the high school project, and they have worked it out with the high school project. So the funding of the 340 will get reprogrammed by the advisory committee, and I'll have that recommendation for you when we're ready for a final vote on the budget. Then debt and interest is another component of our budget as well. And so these are the numbers for the debt and interest that we presented in the financial plan. We will be making some final tweaks to this as well. A few weeks ago, Justin presented the results of the bond sale. So he and I are still reconciling all of those numbers. The Oak Street sale has also gone through. That also impacts the assumptions that were made in the budget. And then we're also doing additional short-term borrowing for Pierce until we have final commitment from MSBA. So that will need to be adjusted within the debt service budget as well. And that will all get wrapped up in the final budget vote. Unclassified is the other component that we're presenting tonight as well. And these are essentially all on the town side, all of the accounts that are not committed to a specific department. So we have our reserve fund. You'll see that the drop in fiscal 23 is actually related to the advisory committee's actions during fiscal 22 of adding $1 million to the reserve fund because of still some uncertainty around COVID and wanting to make sure that we had adequate funding in the reserve fund. Because we didn't know if COVID was still going to be a factor in fiscal 22. Our liability catastrophe fund has a target of 1% prior year net revenue, and free cash is used to meet anything that is needed to meet that policy requirement. Stabilization fund, we're looking to have our target for year-end fund balance, undesignated fund balance of 10%. This 3.5 will get us very close to there. And that is, you know, one of the recommendations that BFAC had is to make sure that we're trying to boost our undesignated fund balance. We have $427,000 going to our Affordable Housing Trust Fund. That's also a policy requirement as well. General insurance increased pretty significantly. We have the high school, the new building coming on board, and then David is also working on a plan to make sure that the valuations for all our town buildings are, you know, reflected within our insurance policies. And so that's kind of a gradually increasing the value with our insurance advisor as well. Audit and professional services, the two components here. The audit is about $90,000, and then the remaining is for the town administrator to support any particular consulting projects that emerge during the course of the year. So the audit's going up slightly in fiscal 23. Contingency fund, this supports some of the board activities, sometimes meals for the board, but then sometimes professional development or other services that the board is looking to have. Printing of warrants, these are basically all the materials that we produce around town meetings. So that's the annual report, the financial plan, the combined reports, and all of the staff that's used to support town meeting efforts. We are a member of the Mass Municipal Association, so this is the annual dues for the town. And then vocational technical, this is an account that is for students that attend vocational schools, not part of the Brookline school system. So overall, unclassified is going up about $550,000 in fiscal 23. So those are the last three accounts that we haven't covered through the departmental reviews. And so next time I see you, I will be presenting a final vote based on the advisory committee activity. I think we still have some reconciling to do. And also the use of Arpa funds will inform some of the advisory committee recommendations. In particular, you know, there were some recommendations around cybersecurity that I know are funded in Arpa. So there'll likely be some adjustments that are needed after the slate is voted by the select board.
Thank you so much, Melissa, for getting through all of that content in a short amount of time. Any questions from select board members on these two departmental budget reviews? Again, we're going to have a second bite of this apple. John.
Is there a way of defining how we will know when we have hit sort of a ceiling in terms of our debt and interest payments, or in terms of our accumulated debt?
So there are two things that we look at. So we have policies that dictate the amount of debt that we're allowed to take on in within the constraints of Prop 2.5. And so the debt exclusions kind of allow us to exceed those policy limits. So the only other buffer besides any other further guidance from what the board or another kind of committee that might want to set a target for overall debt, including debt exclusions, is the state law. There is a requirement that caps debt by communities per state law. So that those are kind of the upper bounds of the limits.
Do the rating agencies have a, kind of a measure by which they would say, that's kind of a high amount of debt that you're carrying there?
Yeah, I mean, I do think that we are at a very high level of debt, especially when you look at it on a per capita basis. But I think the strong voter support for debt exclusions has been kind of a signal to the ratings agencies that the community supports these projects. If we had a successive failure of override votes or debt exclusion votes, I think that would be a signal to the ratings agencies that the community's ability to pay may be in question.
Just to explain, in case people are wondering why I'm asking these questions, we have a chart that is not one that was reviewed, but it's within the same section of the budget. Current debt service, FY23, 37,816,000. By FY28, that 37,816,000 will be 55,110,000. So it's I hope everybody agrees. It's a reasonable question to ask. At what point, do we have to start being concerned about how much debt and interest we're carrying in the budget? But you've done a great job of tracking it, and I thank you.
Well, and I'll just add that it's not the same metrics that are applied to private corporations when it comes to the rating agencies. They really look at our capacity to pay, and that really does depend on overrides. If voters keep saying, sure, tax us more because we want these services, then the rating agencies look very favorable on that. It's not so much the ratio, which is counterintuitive. Any other comments? Bernard?
I think the rating agencies also look at the fact that we are relatively wealthy town in terms of the value of our property. Now, that value is not like a golden money tree, and it has to be monetized through overrides and debt exclusions. But still, I think the fact that we are a relatively wealthy town, well run according to the rating agencies, and in a good economy overall here in the Boston area is a real factor there. So yeah, we can't go totally overboard with debt, but I think we're fairly, in my view, we're in fairly good shape. So.
Okay, and don't forget, we will have an audit report sometime this year where we can go into more depth about that. Thank you very much, Melissa. Oh, Raul has his hand up. I'm sorry.
Yes, and I'll be brief. I know it's late, at least over there. The couple things I wanted to say is one is don't forget there's still that potential funding coming from the infrastructure package that passed at the federal level. We're still waiting to see exactly how much Brookline is going to get. And the other thing that's out there right now is the Fair Share Amendment. Don't forget about that either, which would be significantly more funding for education and for transportation. And I can see a lot of, we've got a great need for transportation projects and funding for them here in Brookline. So that is something that the board can be actively advocating for, and the community should be advocating for as well, because that undoubtedly will mean some more money year over year for Brookline to do the kinds of things that we're struggling to be able to afford to do right now.
very good point, and actually part of the reason I want to hold off from doing a operational override until I know the results of that particular ballot question. Okay, moving along to warrant article reviews that were originally scheduled for 8 p.m. We are only 2 hours behind. My apologies. Neil Washinsky will be presenting on warrant article 10, comprehensive plan funding, since he was on the select board once upon a time. I will plea with him to keep it very brief, under 7 minutes, and extra points for under 5 minutes.
Okay, I'd like you to also promote Steve Kanes and David Lee, and how I miss these late nights. Thankfully, I don't have to do too many of them anymore. Hopefully, warrant article 10 won't be too controversial. It has no budgetary impact, and planning is really the hallmark of a well-run town. So this is the last discussion, perhaps, is a good segue to this discussion. And what Article 10 is proposing is that we reprogram some planning money that was set aside for a project to reorganize our zoning bylaw. The project has been abandoned, and there's about 190, maybe 180,000, the exact number we'll know in the next couple of weeks, to use as a down payment with some flexibility built into the language to implement what was passed overwhelmingly as Article 26 at the last town meeting, which called for the start of a comprehensive planning process. And with that said, I'd just like to turn this over to Steve Kanes, who's going to talk a little about what Boston is doing, and that perhaps can inform what we're doing. And then after that, David Lee will talk about the importance of planning.
Good evening. This is Steve Kanes, one of the petitioners of warrant article 10. Tonight, I would like to provide you with some regional perspective for why warrant article 10 is in front of you. To that end, I would like to read to you very briefly from Michelle Wu's campaign website on the need for planning over Boston's most valuable asset, its built environment. When I read this statement from Mayor Wu, I ask you to think Brookline. And this is from her website. Shaping development across the city for equity and resiliency is one of the most powerful roles of city government. But decisions are based on special approvals and exceptions after a complex and opaque public process. Not only do we fall short in transparency and accountability, but we are missing out on the potential to harness development to address our growing crises of unaffordability, climate vulnerability, inequality, and traffic. Michelle is committed to overhauling our development processes to empower planning that prioritizes the stability and resiliency of our community. The current development process in Boston is only making existing challenges worse. We need to create a city planning department that articulates a long-term vision for community resiliency and empowers all voices rather than a select few. We must return assets to city oversight, end urban renewal areas, and empower a planning department to create a master plan for updated zoning with clear and consistent rules. Our city zoning code hasn't been comprehensively updated since 1965, similar to Brookline. And the complicated process disproportionately benefits the wealthy and well-connected with resources to pursue zoning exceptions and waivers. The zoning process must be made more transparent, accountable, and equitable in order to bring private development into alignment with community needs for stable housing, safe streets, open space, reliable transportation, food access, and a healthy environment. Mayor Wu is delivering on this promise and becoming a regional leader in shaping planning and development with a long-term vision. Warrant Article 10 is the pathway to finally begin this process in Brookline. Thank you.
David.
My grandmother used to say that if you didn't care where you were going, any road would do. Based on the overwhelming support last November for the initiation of a comprehensive planning process, it is clear that residents and stakeholders in town do care about where we're going. They care about the future direction of development in Brookline and the imperative to protect and enhance our public realm while providing a livable environment for persons of all ages, abilities, and incomes. An important component of that, of course, will be paying attention to climate change impacts, a topic more important now than ever, particularly as current events worldwide dictate the need to rethink our level of dependency on fossil fuels. We have a lovely town with distinctive neighborhoods and wonderful open spaces. That said, we cannot remain stagnant, but we can plan intelligently for growth, equity, and sustainability. The fact that there are funds available to jumpstart this effort and that there are talented town residents willing to serve on a committee and joining the study committee should make this a no-brainer. Thanks.
Thank you very much. I have a couple of questions, but let me see if there are any questions from other select board members. So I very much favor doing a complete, revision of our zoning. But I'm wondering if this is maybe perhaps micromanaging our planning director. I mean, she is the one that we turn to manage the resources. So is this warrant article micromanaging our staff a little?
I don't think so. It's a statement of town priorities. I don't think there's flexibility built into it. Some of the language came from the planning director, and a lot of this is going to fund some of the foundational work necessary, no matter how planning goes forward. So.
Okay, thank you very much, Neil. That was a little bit of a fastball, so I apologize. Maybe we can promote Kara. I just want to hear her thoughts.
Good evening, Kara Bruton again, Director of Planning and Community Development. And given the hour of the evening, I'll just say thanks very much to Neil and others on this warrant article. And the planning department is in complete support of where this warrant article is right now.
Wonderful. Thank you so much for confirming that. I don't really see any comments. This is a public hearing. So are there any members of the public that want to speak on this warrant article?
At this time, there are 18 attendees, and no one has used the hand raise or Q&A feature to indicate they'd like to make a comment.
Great, thank you, Devin. Any other comments before we move on to warrant article 14? I really appreciate the petitioners keeping the presentation succinct and to have a variety.
Good luck the rest of the night.
Great, thank you so much. Oh, Raul.
Yeah, sorry we lost Neil there. I just wanted to say, there you go. I just want to say briefly, just as a reminder, a lot of the support that came as a result of the sort of the compromise from the past was at least in my mind, was for folks that were skeptical about this, was driven by the idea that it didn't mean putting a pause on other changes, on other discussions, and that it is important to do comprehensive planning, but but not that we would sit idly by while we do it. We're still going to have robust conversations and warrant articles that come before town meeting, and we should. I just want to remind folks in the audience that everybody's in agreement, has been in agreement on that.
Yeah, there's been no proposal on our part to stop anything.
Right. Exactly. Yeah. So thanks for that.
Life is what happens while you're planning.
Sure enough.
See you all.
Thank
Good
you
night.
so much. So moving on to warrant article 14, special permit conditions, and Kara is already with us.
Yes, and I am not going to give any PowerPoint slides. I hope that you will think this article is fairly simple. It is certainly pretty short. I want to give thanks to several town meeting members in South Brookline for collaborating with the building commissioner and I. We were talking about different potential solutions to help neighborhoods during construction phase of projects, especially very large ones. And we talked about a variety of ideas, and where we ended up as staff is submitting the warrant article that's in front of you. It simply gives the express authority to the Zoning Board of Appeals to include conditions in any kind of special permit related to the construction phase of a project. Now, they're already doing this, but the idea of this article is by putting in the language in the zoning bylaw, it will be if the Attorney General approves it, which we think they will, it'll be very clear that the ZBA has that express authority to make detailed conditions. For example, we're talking about the details and frequency of communication that developers, especially of larger projects, should be committed to do to abutters in the neighborhood. Secondly, for larger projects, we're thinking internally of that threshold of being, projects that are larger than single, 2 or 3 family projects, that developers host a web page with information, simple information about the project, a lead construction contact, and then a guide that the Commissioner Bennett and I will provide of just enforcement contacts. If you see water flowing down the street, if you see, trash overflowing during construction, if you see people parking that are all construction vehicles, here's numbers to call for different things. And then also to have signage physically on the site so that people know that such a website exists. These are some of the ideas that are in the warrant article. And the Commissioner Bennett and I will be returning to the select board likely in a couple of weeks to give a little more detail on joint policy that the building department and our department are working on that further fleshes out when we as staff people would be proposing these kind of conditions as draft to the ZBA to then take up. So this is kind of one piece of it, which expressly gives the ZBA the authority to do so. The second piece is will be a longer presentation with Dan and I to you all about what we're thinking of when we would do require some of these conditions. I don't think I mentioned yet one of the ideas also in the presented in the warrant article is for very large projects, but also maybe for very complicated projects. It doesn't necessarily have to be big in size. It could be something very specific about the location or the construction methods. For some cases, likely few and far between, that the ZBA would be expressly authorized to include a condition for a third-party construction liaison. And that would, again, be likely for larger projects and something the commissioner's already working on for a very large project in South Brookline. And I will stop there and see if you have questions.
Great, thank you so much, Kara. This is a public hearing, so at some point I will ask Devin if there are any members of the public who wish to speak, but for right now, let me see if there are any select board members that have any questions for Kara.
None here.
Seeing none, do we have anybody that, okay.
The first person signed up for public comment is Al Rain. You're being promoted to a panelist.
Hi, good evening. It was warrant article 15 that I signed up to speak for. Is that timely?
We are still on warrant article 14.
So I thought.
No worries. It's after 10 p.m. So, okay. So again, this is warrant article 14 on special permit conditions. This is giving staff some administrative review that involves the ZBA.
It looks like Naomi Schweitzer would like to make a comment. I'm going to promote you now.
Good evening, everyone. Naomi Schweitzer, town meeting member, precinct 10, speaking on warrant article 14. I just want to thank the town staff and also community members, I think from precinct probably 15 and 16 from South Brookline, to putting thought into this warrant article, and encourage all of you to support it. We need to make sure that when we have construction projects, that the families and individuals who live in our neighborhoods have proper notice and protection, while we all live in a fairly dense, semi-urban environment, and have to manage all kinds of noise and disruption, and worse that comes with it. There's been a lot going on with the Hancock Village construction site that's been very disturbing, and it's important that we put regulations like this in place to help mitigate some of those things for both that project and ongoing construction across town. So thank you very much, and I hope you'll support this warrant article.
Thank you. Any other comments?
At this time, there are 16 attendees and no one is using the hand raise or Q&A feature to indicate they'd like to make a comment.
So at this time, I will close the public hearing on warrant article 14. Any other comments from select board members before we move on to warrant article 15, which has a number of people interested in making public comment? Seeing none, Kara?
Great. I will share my screen for this one. Give me just a second. Okay, so I'm going to try to get through this in 8 minutes. Here we go. So you've seen this first image from earlier tonight, talking about the infrastructure that was a crucial piece of the Boylston Street Corridor Study Committee's work. There's been a lot of process, we'll leave it at that, before this committee, which is noted here in orange. That includes work that was done by a Boylston visioning group that especially wanted to promote uses that were economically viable, but also useful to the local community, that encourage sustainable design and infrastructure, and that reduce traffic speeds in unsafe pedestrian conditions, as we talked about earlier. The select board liked those ideas, but when commissioning this committee also included some townwide goals that they set out, such as increasing housing, creating so-called third places, for new businesses or other places that are useful to living in a more urban environment for residents and office workers. Strategies to incentivize business ownership, especially by minority groups and others underrepresented in Brookline, and growth of commercial property taxes. So that's quite a wide charge. This is one slide from a survey that went out to the neighborhood, including lawn signs, and we had a public forum, and mailings were done to everybody in the corridor. The survey, of course, is not an indication of what should be voted on, but it is a great idea to do a survey to draw out issues that maybe the committee hadn't thought of before. The survey was received more than 400 responses. This is during COVID, and I will give large thanks to many of our committee members who literally walked the streets, put postings in multifamily buildings, talked to people as they were walking by, talked to employees. That I think is a big reason why we got such a high result on this survey. And I will just highlight here overall, this is just one of the questions about, what do you want to see for your, as far as neighborhood character? The 2 bullet bullet points here is all summarized. Business owners prioritize beautification, parking issues, and mixed use development as things that they would want to see in this neighborhood. And our local residents who live in the corridor were less interested in maintaining the current character of the corridor and less interested in seeing a mixture of mixed use developments in the corridor. The committee did property owner interviews, talked with businesses, and then there was also participation from nearby residents and business owners throughout the process over the last couple of years, where this is a very rude, simple diagram, but the committee kind of talked immediately about these 3 red arrows. What they really wanted to stress moving forward was infrastructure that prioritized especially pedestrian connections going north-south on Cypress Street, High Street to the east, and then also the Davis Path Walnut Street connection. And you saw some of that reflected in the recommendations earlier tonight. That green dash line is also about the public infrastructure, the desire to transform Route 9 itself, going east to west, including significant landscaping opportunities and bicycle infrastructure. Those 3 pedestrian connections going north to south, as the committees looked at the site, went out to the corridor many times, realized that we were kind of looking at 2 different parts of the district, where the middle is kind of defined by the civic use of the Lincoln School property that the town owns, as well as the Boylston Street playground, and the neighborhood kind of centered by Cypress Street, where we see a lot of auto uses currently. Those are also places where parcels are deeper, and there are more opportunities for different types of infill development, whereas the parcels on the east side of the corridor are much shallower going north to south, and really starts to build a different condition and different possibilities. So those 2 yellow bubble diagrams, I'm now overlaying the 2 overlay districts that the committee decided to move forward with, one again on Cypress Street and the other on the eastern side of the corridor. I'll generally say that the overlay district to the west is more typical of overlay districts that you might have seen before, whereas the existing zoning would still be in place. However, if people wanted to utilize potential additional floor area ratio or additional heights from what's allowed in the existing zoning, that you would also need to comply with a number of requirements in order to be able to access that additional zoning for infill development. And then on the eastern side of the corridor, the strategy there was actually quite different. The idea is that the existing zoning and FAR the existing buildings that are there are more or less what the committee thought was appropriate as far as overall bulk and dimensions, but looking to kind of set a building envelope, and anything within that building envelope could be done as of right, meaning not a 6 to 9 month permitting process with the Zoning Board of Appeals, but rather apply for a building permit, go to the planning board for design review, but not be required to do a special permit simply because the property is on Boylston Street, as an example. So trying to make the process a little bit easier on the eastern side, and then on the western side, more of the traditional trade-offs of allowing additional development flexibility while raising requirements of what happens there. So this is a photo of the western side of the district, just to center everybody. The Madras building is a red brick curved, very tall 4-story building on the northwest corner. And that roof line was a starting point for the committee early on, as well as wanting to try to preserve that existing building. And you can see here that there's a car dealership site, which is much of the southern part of Boylston Street, U-Haul, Dunkin' Donuts, and Valvoline site, and the mobile gas station and related parcels behind there that are small businesses. Those were the main kind of opportunity areas that the study committee looked at. I am running out of time, so I will try to move faster. What the Western District does in summary is it, first of all, allows small businesses to be actually permitted where there's a Valvoline and Dunkin' Donuts site now. It proposes 5 to 6 stories of height with an FAR of 3 to 4 if certain benefits are provided. And then there are certain rules. For example, if there's a residential project that's including tearing down existing dwelling units, the committee wants to see a net increase in the end of at least 20% more dwelling units. So in other words, not tearing down a 3-family and building, 3 very nice luxury condo units, just as an example. A very important point that we're going to get to later tonight, any required affordable units, the committee felt very strongly that those should be provided on site and that there be tree canopy mitigation, and we can go into those details later. I'm going to move on, given the time, on the eastern side of the corridor where there's kind of a more variety of existing buildings. Some you can tell used to be residential or 3-family units. Some are like larger daycare property, which is a 1-story. And then there's some larger multifamily on the south side of Route 9 and also a Midas and tire repair shop. So again, on the Eastern District, the committee is looking to incentivize development, where it makes sense, kind of as an infill scenario with many of the same requirements as in the Western corridor, but being allowed to do that with a site plan review by the planning board, no special permit. And over on this side, what the committee is talking about is 4-story maximum, but that building must also be within a sky plane envelope. And to give you a sense of what that means, in the zoning bylaw, here's a cross section. And it basically is this idea here where whether from Walnut Street or White Place, that there be a setback of massing from those kind of rear property lines of any properties along Boylston Street. And this is showing that sky plane in a 3D model, and where this comes into effect. For example, as an example, allowance would be at the muffler and tire repair site on the south side of Route 9. You could imagine, and it would be financially feasible to do 3-story townhomes there, but you can see they're pulled back from the rear property line because of the sky plane envelope. And that is the end of the presentation. I went a little long, and I do have potential warrant article amendments that I can go through, but I'm going to stop sharing for now and see where you'd like to head.
Thank you so much, Kara. Why don't we move to public comment, since a number of people have signed up?
The first person signed up for public comment is Al Rain. You can unmute and share your video. Your 3 minutes will begin when you're ready.
Hi, thank you very much. Good evening, everybody, and my admiration for staying to this hour. I very much hope that the board will support warrant article 15, and I want to give 3 quick reasons why. First of all, the committee chaired by Member Van Scoyoc and the staff led by Kara have done a great job on this. This is complicated stuff. They've been at it a long time. They've been thoughtful. They've heard everybody, and they've done a good job, and their work should be validated. Secondly, the outcome here is very good. This is calling for modestly dense, and that's all it is, modestly dense, walkable, mixed-use, transit-oriented development at 2 historic crossroads locations in the town, very, very close to Green Line stations. And surely we ought to be able to agree on that. And the reasons for that go beyond good planning. If you think of the climate issue, which is on everybody's mind, if you think of the fiscal discussion that you had an hour ago, which is on everybody's mind, this kind of zoning and this kind of long-term change on Lower Boylston Street is an important part of the solution to both of those very large issues. And the last thing I want to say is everybody agreed in the discussion of warrant article 10 a few minutes ago with the recollection that in embracing the warrant article 26 compromise last year, everybody agreed that planning work like this would not be stopped. And, this is the first of that series of major planning efforts that the town has undertaken. And it's a terrific product, and it ought to go forward. And I hope the select board will agree with it. Thank you.
The next person signed up for public comment is Tom Nally. You've been promoted to a panelist. You can unmute and share your video. Your 3 minutes will begin.
Thank you very much. I have made a list of well-crafted words that I'm going to throw out in the interest of time. I will just make 3 points. I am, maybe 4 points. We live at 17 Cushing Road. I am a member of the Boylston Street Corridor Study Committee. Have been working on this, and prior to that with the Visioning Committee, and been working on this for quite a while. And I think we've done a lot of work, and as a committee with a lot of support from Kara and others, and we very much appreciate all of that effort. We've successfully addressed many of our complex charge items, but not all, unfortunately. And we stand behind our analysis and our decisions. We think we've done the best we can trying to sort out a very complex set of objectives and priorities that people have. And we've done the very best we can in the time and resources available. And we hope that you will look very carefully at what we have put together. And we've also, in addition to the warrant article, we have drafted design guidelines, which we'll be presenting to the planning board tomorrow for their consideration. And you've seen already the work that we did looking at a complete streets opportunity. So we hope you'll think of all of those together and support the work that we've done. Thank you.
The next person signed up for public comment is Kathleen Scanlon. Your 3 minutes will begin when you're ready.
Hi, my name is Kathleen Scanlon. I'm a town meeting member from Precinct 3. I'm also on the Zero Emissions Advisory Board. I am speaking about one of the amendments, which is a friendly amendment, adding in some fossil fuel free language with a severability clause. And I just wanted to give a little bit of background on some of the thinking that went on behind this. In 2019, when we had the original warrant article 21, which was the gas ban, we had very conservative guide rails for what seemed like a very revolutionary concept at the time. But now, we have the state who's starting to require, think about requiring more. And when EDAB and ZEAB members agree 100%, which we did on this amendment, we think we have a very good amendment. The amendment works to make it very flexible because the bar will continue to be raised as new products and technology around fossil fuel free construction evolve. And the amendment describes fossil fuel free now in terms of use, unlike method of construction, as was the case in the original warrant article 21. And instead of repeatedly going back to amend the bylaw for exemptions, we work to simplify the language to state what is required to be fossil fuel free and let the waiver process apply as needed. And hopefully that would be less and less as we go forward. So we don't state, for instance, that cooking is exempt. We instead state that laundry is required. None of the requirements where this would apply to has changed. It's just that it's almost like the inverse has been reworded. So laundry and hot water were always required, even in the original warrant article 21. It was never exempted. And so I just want to make it clear that this is not a new use in the amendment as it's worded. The expectation is that it is on the developer or builder to comply with fossil fuel free as much as possible and prove when it can't be done. There is a severability clause that would allow town council to work with the AG's office during review to strike that language if needed, because we don't want to take any chances that it would jeopardize the approval of the warrant article. If, for instance, that language was not approved by the Attorney General. And I just wanted to let you know that there are other, there is new technology around heat pumps and water heaters for commercial industrial uses. And so this is something that we want to make sure is included so that we don't have to go back and amend things in the future. Thank you.
The next person signed up for public comment is Kim Smith. You've been promoted to a panelist. You can unmute and share your video, and your 3 minutes will begin.
Kim, you have to unmute and then you can talk.
The next person signed up for public comment is Elizabeth Mickelman. There are a couple of you in the attendee list, so if you could use the hand raise feature to indicate which account you'd like me to promote, I'll promote you to a panelist so you can give your comment. Kim, it looks like we have your connectivity back. Did you want to make a public comment?
You'll have to unmute, Kim.
Issues. Wait, sorry about this. Hi, I'm Kim Smith. I'm a town meeting member from Precinct 6. I'm a resident of Brington Road, and our issues relate. I'm here to speak on behalf of my neighborhood, and we're part of the proposed, or at the edge of the proposed Brookline Hills overlay district. This is particularly an issue with our piece of the plan. I think there are a lot of good things about it, and I regularly walk on Route 9. I call it Route 9 instead of Boylston Street because it feels very much like a highway. The proposals for improved streetscape, the separation of apartment rental from parking rental, and all sorts of good stuff. Our concerns, I think, stem from our lack of involvement in the process. We were not represented at the committee, so I think that some of our issues weren't necessarily considered. We went on a site visit over the weekend, and we have another one scheduled for Saturday. There are concerns about, well, first of all, the neighborhood has been through the ringer. I remember when in the early days, when I was first going to BHS expansion meetings. It was 5 years ago. I had foot surgery and I was hobbling to them on crutches. And 5 years later, we're barely finished with the work on our street. And we've dealt with noise at all times. We weren't notified by things, dirt. There was a lot of digging up of the street and so forth. So I think the people are really quite burnt out by a lot of this.
You have 30 seconds.
Oh, I'm sorry. But I do want to say that at the subcommittee, held off on voting at the AC subcommittee last night. And to request that I'm hoping that you won't vote tonight until we get more input from the Brington Hill neighbors. And again, I wish we could have had representation on the committee. We have a number of.
You've reached 3 minutes.
Oh, we have a number of architect types who would have been great. But thank you. And again, I hope you will hear us out more before voting on this, because we have a lot of issues about shadowing and less.
Please
sunlight.
conclude,
Okay,
Kim.
I'm sorry.
The next person signed up for public comment is Elizabeth Mickelman. You've been promoted to a panelist. Your 3 minutes will begin when you're ready.
Yes, thank you. Thank you. And
Elizabeth, you're going to need to disconnect that second device.
yes. Is it gone?
Yes, you're all set.
Okay, am I still here?
You are. You're all set.
Can you hear me?
We can hear you.
Can you hear me? Yes? Okay, I'm sorry, I guess I can't hear myself. I'm sorry to waste time. I'm also a Brington Road resident. I'd like to follow up on Kim Smith's presentation that we have not had time as a neighborhood or representation in order to participate in this process. We were just given notice about 10 days ago and had a walkthrough that did not include our neighborhood and specific information that helped us to understand the impact. There is a walkthrough promised us on Saturday, and we hope that you would pause and postpone any vote or decision to allow us meaningful involvement and understanding of the impact of potentially much greater, much higher construction in this West District, the Brookline Hills District, where there's a 6 or 7 story or 75-foot height possibility overshadowing the height of the high school addition, which has just recently impacted our neighborhood. I know there's a time limit here, but that's our main concern, is that we have some time to ask questions, to understand if there's any protection. There is no sky plane consideration for our neighborhood, and this would be an outsized impact for us and hard to tolerate after 3 years of major construction of 6 major public projects in the neighborhood. Thank you.
The next person signed up for public comment is Paul Sainer.
Thank you, Devin. Good evening, Select Board members. Then Chair Green set forth a very ambitious charge for this committee more than 2 years ago, which included, in addition to infrastructure, preservation of housing and preservation of small businesses. The committee accomplished those objectives. My comments are going to relate to development, in particular development along the south side of Boylston Street, where there are larger commercial parcels. There's been a lot of talk tonight about, from the superintendent of schools and from others, about Proposition 2.5 and how constraining it is for a municipality. I want to invoke the legacy of EDAB's founder, Dr. Robert Sperber, who was the former superintendent of schools in Brookline, who recognized decades ago that without new tax growth, and in particular new commercial tax growth, that the burden on the taxpayers would be enormous, especially in an inflation-charged environment like we're entering. Bob dreamed that Route 9 would be redeveloped. He didn't understand why it looks as bad as it still does in stretches. The Audi site is nearly 2 acres. It generates a little more than $300,000 a year in taxes. Compare that to 10 Brookline Place, just down the street, almost identical size. It generates $2.5 million a year in taxes, more than 8 times the amount. And that particular property owner is interested in a zoning change to possibly double or triple the tax production from that parcel. Nothing will happen in Brookline with respect to commercial development without zoning change. The last decades have proven that. There is no new commercial tax growth in the pipeline other than Waldo Durgan, which the town thoughtfully rezoned 3 years ago and is finally in the initial permitting stages. So it's really important, in my view, for the select board to follow up on the extraordinary leadership that John Van Scoyac and Director Bruton have provided along with the committee in advancing these comprehensive zoning proposals. EDAB voted 6-0-1 for these with amendments, including the friendly amendment that Kathleen Scanlon mentioned. I appreciate the chance to speak to you so late in the evening. Thank you very much.
The next person signed up for public comment is Mary Sullivan. You've been promoted to a panelist. You can unmute and your 3 minutes will begin.
Sorry about that. Thank you. It's late. I will be brief. I want to support and reiterate the comments of my neighbors, Liz and Kim. I live on Brington Road. My comments are directed solely to the western portion and in particular the Madras building area development. I have no opposition and no comment regarding the eastern portion of this, and if it's possible to segregate out the two issues, I would urge you all to do so. But I am asking you also to defer voting on the western portion of the overlay district, in large part because the zoning limits, in my view and that of a great many of my neighbors, and we hope to be able to demonstrate this on Saturday, allows for height that is too great. We have the high school literally looms at the end of the street because we are below the grade of Cypress Street and below the grade of Route 9. And so what looks reasonable standing at the corner of Cypress Street and Route 9 is quite a different look when you live in our neighborhood. And we were prepared to make some sacrifices for a public use, which was the high school. We never realized what the level of sacrifice was going to be. But I would simply ask you all, before you vote on this, to come, drive down Brington Road, park your car, stand on the island and look back and imagine what it will look like if the same looming presence at the end of the street is carried over onto Route 9. We're a funny street, it's a C curve. And so the kind of building you're talking about doing is going to have an outsized impact on us, and frankly, only us in that parcel. So, for whatever reason, it's water under the bridge. We were not contacted. We were not involved in the planning. We very much appreciate, John, your willingness to come over again on Saturday and walk through with us. But we hope that with respect to this part of it, you will not vote on this tonight. Thank you.
At this time, there are 15 attendees and no one has used the hand raise or Q&A feature to indicate they'd like to make a comment.
Thank you. At this time, I will close the public hearing on warrant article 15. I just want to say a few things, and then I'm interested to hear what John Van Scoyac has to say since he was the chair of this committee. The select board will probably not vote on a position tonight. We usually have a presentation and then we vote at another time, just that it seems to go better that way, just so that we can think about things and people can contact us after the hearing. But I will add that town meeting will be voting on this subject in May. So for the interested parties on Brington Road, although the select board will not be taking a position on a recommendation here tonight, this will be decided in about a month's time. John?
Thank you, everyone who commented. And it's very good to hear from people who support this, but it's also very good to hear from people who are directly impacted, as the Brington Road folks are. There's absolutely no question, no disputing that. And they spoke when we did a tour of the corridor on Sunday. And I wish I had had more time to give to their concerns on that tour. We did have to, visit not just that area, but the entire corridor. And we ended up actually spending, I think, around 2.5 hours on the tour just to do the whole corridor. So I'm going back to Brington Road on Saturday. I want to let them show me around. And I do agree with them. If people want to sort of fully appreciate what is being proposed in this warrant article, please do visit the corridor, visit the entire corridor, experience what is the reality of the corridor today, which is that it is a highway with a median that divides essentially some neighborhoods to the north from some neighborhoods to the south. It's not a pleasant place to take a walk. It's noisy. You feel a little bit unsafe because of the high-speed traffic going by. And you cannot help but notice that for a major artery in a town as special as Brookline is, it has some pretty sad properties that have not had investment for years and years and years. And that, more than anything, is what inspired the work of the Boylston Street Corridor Study Committee and the zoning proposals that are being brought to town meeting. It represents change. I think it represents change for the better. And I hope that after touring the Brington Road neighborhood on Saturday, we'll have more time to discuss whether there are any modifications that are consistent with the work we've done so far, but that might somewhat alleviate the concerns of the Brington Road neighbors. We're more than willing to discuss them, and that starts when I have the visit with the Brington Road neighbors on Saturday. So thanks to everybody for coming tonight.
Thank you very much, John. So as I said, we will not be taking a position as a select board on a recommendation for warrant article 15 tonight. Let's move on to warrant article 16, unless there are any comments by select board members on warrant article 15. Seeing none, let's move on to warrant article 16, which is also a public hearing.
So Kara Bruton, again, Director of Planning Community Development. Article 16, I'm hoping will be a very short conversation. Right now in our zoning bylaw, if you have a multifamily building that's being proposed in a commercial district, there is a requirement that a certain percentage of that ground floor be not residential in use. So trying to, keep the ground floor of a commercial district to be commercial. The proposed amendment that's in front of you would simply add one more dimension, and that's a minimum depth of such non-residential use. We've internally, been talking for decades about how someone could try to take advantage of the fact that, for example, saying, oh, I have the non-residential use. It's, the right amount of frontage, but it's only 5 feet deep, and we're going to make it an art gallery. And that doesn't quite get to the intent of the zoning as it is. The intent is to have uses other than residential that where people can go in and shop or enjoy or use services, that kind of thing. So the amendment in front of you adds a minimum depth of such spaces being at least 15 feet deep. And to give you a sense of what that would look like, that is, according to our assessors, information about the depth of a retail space within the arcade building. And that is the end of my presentation.
Thank you very much. This is a public hearing. Devin, anyone signed up?
At this time, there are 11 attendees and no one has used the hand raise or Q&A feature to indicate they'd like to make a comment.
Please let me know if that changes, but for now, I will close the public hearing on warrant Article 16. Any discussion from select board members? This seems very straightforward. Okay, seeing none, thank you so much, Kara. I believe that concludes your business here tonight.
Yes, and thanks to Maria.
Yes. So Maria has the next two warrant articles, warrant Article 17 and 18. This is a public hearing, so Maria, take it away.
I will. Thank you very much. The first one, 17, pertains to electric vehicle charging requirements. This is in Article 6 of our zoning bylaw. And I'm just going to share my screen. This is a little bit dense and technical, but I do have just a few slides that I think will help distill this for you. And hopefully I won't lose your attention. Okay. So I really just wanted to bring you back why we're here. This goes back to fall 2021 town meeting. There was a warrant article from petitioners Jesse Gray and Scott Englander, and that was a mandate that would have mandated 100% of parking spaces in multifamily and smaller residential to be EV ready as defined by the state building code. And the significance of that is that the state building code defines it as one dedicated 50 amp branch circuit for a parking space. In general, staff was on board with the objective. It's absolutely important to be proactive about this. Where we did not agree was on that definition, which is short-sighted on the state's part and would have resulted in a very expensive proposition, also a very large electrical service capacity that would not have been supported by the utility. And also, this is where the short-sightedness comes in. It actually wouldn't allow for the use of a technology or provision in the electrical code that's predicated on a technology designed for multifamily applications. So the vote at town meeting last year was to refer this to the planning department in partnership with the building department to come up with a 100% EV ready mandate for multifamily and a solution for level 2. And so our goals here, we knew that we would have to devise a new EV readiness definition. We would need to do that while minimizing conflicts with the building code. Not only do we want to reduce retrofit costs as the original petitioners were interested in, but we also wanted to reduce installation costs. We want to leverage that technology in the electrical code that is designed for multifamily, and that's built on a power transfer charging rate minimum concept. And that is used more widely in Canada and parts of California. That's starting to be implemented in 2022. This would provide a range of options for property owners. Right now, we do see property owners at least once a month and on some development projects who they are looking for a 100% EV ready solution. And they're not so sure that that definition in the building code is working for them. Obviously, we want the building department to enforce this and to abide by fire safety codes. This is where the technical part comes in. So I'm just going to spend two slides on the jargon that will make the rest of this just downhill. I referred to the building department definition of a dedicated circuit. And what that means is that you have one EV charger, one appliance for that one circuit. So one circuit, one charger, one receptacle, one parking space. You know, in comparison to this mandate is going to be focused on level 2. So in terms of charging rates, those common circuits are 40 amps at 208 to 240 volts or 50 amps at the same voltage. 20 amps at 240 is also going to give you level 2 charging. We'll also talk about that delivery rate of a charger is about 6.2 kW. For perspective, that gives you about 18 miles of driving range per hour. So you can really charge about 60 miles over 3 hours. In comparison, level 2 is going to give you about 4 miles of driving range per hour. So our mandate really steers clear of that. So what if you want to connect multiple charging stations to one circuit? If you want to share that power, you just think about if you own an EV, unlike a gas-powered car, you aren't waiting for your gas tank to be depleted before you fill up. With an EV, you're topping off. So if you're driving 30 miles a day, you want to replenish that driving mileage. So here's where automatic load management systems come in. You can connect multiple chargers to one circuit where one circuit is rated for one charger. Obviously, you don't want to overload that circuit. So the automatic load management system is going to make sure that maximum is not exceeded. The kicker is that circuit cannot be individual or dedicated. And remember, that's what the building code definition is predicated on. So it has to be hardwired. The cool thing about zoning is that we can actually control that minimum charging rate instead of just leaving it up to the property owner. We obviously want reasonable charging rates for residential uses. And one thing we kind of like that we've vetted with our friends in Canada was this idea of, for example, you could have 4 chargers, level 2 chargers connected to one circuit, an overnight charging rate, instead of 3 hours for that 60 to 70 miles that you want to put on, it would take 9 hours, as long as we could guarantee a minimum of 1.92 kW per hour. The other neat thing about this is if I am just one car charging and I'm not sharing power with my neighbors, I'm going to get up to that full level 2 power. Okay, so the easy stuff, let's just get out of the way. The 1 and 2 family residential, all we're saying here is for one dwelling unit, install one individual 50 amp branch circuit. We do have measures in the building code for compliance, for ventilation, to make sure that it's consistent with the electrical code. And where we're getting this is really from our building permits. This is what people are asking for. The next easy use is going to be those non-residential uses. So this requirement is what we currently have in our zoning. It is 15% of parking spaces shall be EV ready as defined by the commercial building code. What we're doing is we're just lowering that threshold from, it has to be a use with 15 instead of 15 parking spaces, we're going to lower that threshold to 7. The creative stuff is really for the multifamily, because that's where we need this solution. So the prescriptive path, we have to acknowledge the building code. So we do say that one path is to use the building code definition. So all of those parking spaces, they'll be EV ready. That means a 50 amp dedicated branch circuit for each parking space. The building code also has an exception and says, there's a little more cost effective would be an individual 20 amp branch circuit. What we're saying is this is our definition, where if you use an automatic load management system, you would have to guarantee that you transfer a minimum of 1.92 kilowatts of power each hour to each parking space when all parking spaces are occupied by a charging vehicle. The alternative is if you wanted to install a charger with dual ports. That is technically not an ALMS, and it also doesn't meet the definition that the state building code has. To give you as many options as possible, you can do any combination. And we also make it scalable. You don't have to install the EVSE. You can't charge unless you have an EVSE with the ALMS, but you don't have to install a charger unless there is a need for it. I could go into the pros and cons. What I will quickly say is that I work, a lot of the work that I do, I've worked for Brookline for almost 10 years, has been almost exclusively development review for affordable housing projects, including 100% affordable housing projects. And this is something that makes my conscience feel comfortable. I do talk to property owners and developers every day. We talk about the 100% solution. And this would be a cost effective. There is literature and actually studies out there, and I linked to like a 300-page study. If you think about one parking space, the construction of which is like $150,000, this would be an ALM system installed would be just a fraction of that, maybe like 1% of that.
So
and
Maria,
so
I'm going to interrupt you because we are
Yep, got it.
after
Got
11.
it. Yep.
Let's see if there are any public comments that are against this warrant article. And then maybe we revisit the pros and cons.
Sure.
At this time, there are 7 attendees. No one has used the hand raise or Q&A feature to indicate they'd like to make a comment.
Any members of the select board that have any questions about the material presented about warrant article 17? Okay, thank you so much, Maria. Can you move on to, and I'll close the public hearing for warrant article 17. And I will open the public hearing for warrant article 18 on bike parking. Maria, that
great.
is you as well.
Right, no presentation. I just want to acknowledge that there were 2 residents who initially came to staff, Anthony Ishak and David Krupp, and they did extensive engagement and certainly were very clued into the best practices, for this topic. The bylaw would be changed. What we currently have in our zoning is very outdated. It's for every 5 dwelling units, there's 1 bike parking space. That's really not in keeping with what we're seeing in practice. So what we're doing is we are mandating a ratio per dwelling unit. So there would be 1.1 bike parking spaces per dwelling unit, with the multifamily starting at 8 units. We're also establishing categories of long-term and short-term bike parking spaces, and we're also setting forth design standards. The bulk of those design standards, the critical ones, are in the bylaw. We have standalone design standards enforceable by the building commissioner. We keep them outside of the bylaw just to add to them as industry standards evolve. And we also have a provision for large bike parking spaces as well as high density. So unless you have any questions, I think I'll just keep it simple.
Great, thank you very much. I'm actually a little surprised that this warrant article hasn't been floated before.
Exactly.
Any questions by select board members? And then I'm going to turn to Devin to see if there are any members of the public, since this is a public hearing.
At this time, there are 7 attendees. No one has used the hand raise or Q&A feature to indicate they'd like to make a comment.
At this time, I will close the public hearing. Any comments by select board members? I think this is pretty straightforward, and I'm pretty excited about it, actually. Bernard.
Let me ask a question that maybe I should know. When you say bike parking space, is that necessarily something on the ground, or is it something that could be a hook up above the ground?
That's a great question. So what you're talking about, would bike parking spaces have to have 2 wheels on the ground? However, we have a provision for high density bike parking spaces to save space. And there would be no more than 25% of high density. So that could be vertical, 1 wheel on the ground, or 2 tiered, like a double decker. Does that answer your question?
It does.
Okay.
Again, and maybe this is so obvious, but in the Brook House, all of the bike parking spaces are above ground. How would that be?
Yeah, it's really hard.
Or what?
It's really hard for a person to lift a bike when it's not on the ground. That's why we wouldn't want to have more than 25% of total bike spaces be high density.
And we're also kind of talking about short-term versus long-term
Well,
parking.
Right. What this is primarily for long-term. The short term, we have design guidelines for short term, and we're just not mandating a minimum number of short term. If that seems clear.
Fair enough.
Okay.
Great. Again, we will not be taking a position on this tonight because we're hearing about it for the first time, but reading my tarot cards, I think this is going to be favorable. Any other comments from select board members before I close the public hearing? It's a hearing. None? Okay. Thank you very much, Maria.
You're welcome.
Last, but certainly not least, boards and commission appointments. We only have one to consider here tonight, and that would be for the Commission for Diversity, Inclusion, and Community Relations, which we are currently seeking applications. So if anyone is interested or knows a friend who's moving to Brookline and needs something to do, I will move approval of appointing Damon Graff to the CDICR for a 3-year term ending in 2025. Any discussion before I call the roll? Seeing none. Bernard,
Aye.
Raul,
Aye.
John,
Aye.
and the chair votes aye. Thank you very much for sticking with us tonight. April is the longest of our meetings because it is a perfect storm of the budget and warrant article reviews. Good evening.